absolutely amazing. I see he's trying the red earmuffs and a lead, because I know that he was his own worst enemy last time out when he literally just took off with Richard in the running, and there wasn't going to be too much anyone could do about it. Form at this point, others do pop up ahead of him, but again, looking very good in the parade ring.
Number 6 is Ticking Bomb from the Glencotson stable, daughter of Lancaster Bomber. Now, they're raiding this afternoon. This runner comes back in trip. Craig Zaki is aboard, and also several winners have come off the form line of number 6, Ticking Bomb. We're going to watch it move to post. A very fit horse in the parade ring. Number
7, Smart View, will be having his first run back off the gelding, off a little break, 2 months. The yards say that he has shown improvement back home, but they would expect him still to need this run.
All right, is that number 8, Quiet Whisper, the last one? Legs out the irons there, Charles and Gluvo aboard, and hasn't shown us anything to date thus far. Work is much better than her races. That's a comment from Sharon Kotson, the daughter of Canford Cliff. So she puts up a lot of good work at home. She just doesn't bring it to the races. Small field going to post this afternoon. It is the first race, the first leg of the bite pot. Nadine, before they get out onto the course proper, is it the type of first leg of the bite pot where you're going to take a banker, or do you go at least 2 or 3?
No, I'm going to include a few. I know the Cape Raiders catch people's eye first of all, but I think it's going to open up a bit more than that. So I'm definitely going to put in 2 or 3. Just like to say a huge welcome to our caller today, Nico Kritsiotis. He is on course with us, so it's great to have him, and we look forward to hearing him throughout the afternoon.
Thanks as always, Nadine. Runners and riders for the first race. Welcome to Nelson Mandela Bay Open Maiden, over 1,200 metres. Are making their way out onto the track here.
Huge welcome to
Fairview. 8 races and 8 runners in the first of 8. Opening leg of the bipot. The pool is up to over 130,000 rand. Number 1 is Consigliere, ridden by apprentice Nevan Nastilli. Claims 4 kilograms. 2 Lady Luck, Louis Mkotwa. 3 Ellerix, Marker van Rensburg. 4 War Sword, Dennis Schwarz. 5 is Statesman, Richard Faries coming out with the lead pony. 6 Ticking Bomb and Craig Zaki. 7 Smart View. Nice to welcome to Fairview, Mohammed Al Abdul Malik. Met him a bit earlier. Has already had a winner in South Africa. I think he said he's ridden 7 winners in total in his career. 6 in his homeland, Qatar. And nice to have Mohammed Al Abdul Malik joining us at the races today. 8 is Quiet Whisper, Charlie and Clawvu. Runners going by. Consigliere is going by number 1. Nevan Nastilli, that's behind number 2, Lady Luck, who went by earlier. 4 is War Sword, Dennis Schwarz. 6 is Ticking Bomb and Craig Zaki. Next to go by number 7, Smart View, Mohammed Al Abdul Malik. Claims only 2.5 of his 4 kilogram allowance. Has put up a bit of overweight. 3 is Ellerix, Marker van Rensburg, and the last run to go by will be number 5, Statesman, and Richard Faree. Those are the runners and riders for the first race of the day. And just a reminder that the TCO2 testing was done for the first race, and all the runners came through that all clear. Let's cross downstairs to Neil and Nadine for their preview of the first.
Just Yeah, if you just turned on and caught up with Neil and I here in the Eastern Cape, we have just watched the horses going down for the first race, which will be the first leg of the bipot, and it jumped to 25-1. Watching them go down, there was nothing wrong with them, but the horses that really caught our eye went down more in a workmanlike fashion than anything else, and they were number 1, Consigliere, and number 3, Illerix. We're going to touch on number 6, Ticking Bomb, as well as number 2, Lady Luck. Those are 4 horses that do stand out for us in the first. And Neil, let's start in the very beginning with number 1, Consigliere. He showed great improvement last time out, having his first run on the poly, and there's a lot that could go in his favor today. The more I look at him, he was decent in the parade ring. He went down workmanlike. He's now taken to the poly, plum draw, claim. We can go on. There's a lot to like there.
It wasn't part of my first 3, and I can tell you what, now is almost my first selection on the way they moved. Well, it is my first selection on the way he moved to post. This has to go in. If you're playing a bipot and you haven't got it in, put this horse in. He's going to run right up there. He'll finish in the first 2 or 3 at least, so he must be included. I thought Gavin Smith's runner really, really looked well.
He certainly did. Yeah. Number 3, Illerix, is the second of the movers on the way to post. She's a filly by Vercingetorix, and she is raiding under Candice Bass-Robinson this afternoon. Her last run was under par, but having chatted to Candice, she says definitely better than that. And if you look at that steady, consistent Western Cape maiden form prior to that, Neil, it's apparent that she's had her chances, but she has held form.
No, she has, and there's been winners in the Western Cape out of her form line.
Yeah.
Several of them as well, so I think racing handy can be up there with the pace. And I liked what Candice, I really thought that your daughter Vercingetorix moved well as well. It was toss-up between 1 and 3 on moving.
On moving to post, yeah. Distance-wise, she's very well suited. She's earned checks on 4 occasions out of 5 over 1,200 meters. And though unfamiliar with the poly surface, she is by Vercingetorix, who has proven to throw progeny that are versatile on surfaces. Candice does expect her to be competitive. Up next, number 6, Ticking Bomb, is the second of the entries from the Western Cape, this one representing trainer Glenn Cotson. And Neil, we were chatting off air, and I thought, when I first weighed up the 2 Cape entries against each other, I thought, oh, well, Illerix is much better distance suited.
Yeah.
But then I look at the manner in which this Lancaster Bomber filly races, and it becomes evident that she's run her best races when actually using her pace. And it could be quite interesting to see her cut back to 12 today.
Yeah, almost the pick of the parade ring looked really, really well. A little bit keen going to post.
Yes, she was keen.
That was the only thing that sort of made me not jump off, but say, oopsie, careful now. Caution. I don't know her that well, but she was more than just a little bit keen. She was really keen.
Yeah.
And I can see they're just circling her there now, and Craig's having a look at her in the Drakenstein Silks. He's standing by watching. She just needs to relax a little bit, because if she does that in the race and fights so early on in the race, she might run out of steam late. So, the going to post, well, pick the parade ring, but going to post sort of question mark.
Yeah, there's definitely, got her blood got hot going down. Word from the yard is that she travelled well. She's overdue for the win and expected to be competitive. Does work well on sand and expected to take to poly well. Then the next horse we're going to touch on is number 2, Lady Luck. Now, she really was well turned out in the parade ring. She'll be starting for trainer Jean Nel for the first time, but did race for Andre Nel here in the Eastern Cape last time out. And Neil, as you alluded to, that form line has held up well.
It has, and the reason why number 2, Lady Luck, is not in now moving to post is because she hacked down to post. So it automatically, we always put those to the side. Looked very fit in the parade ring. I hope the run hasn't come too soon.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Lady Luck for me, a runner. And as mentioned earlier on today, Jean Nel says that she'll run really well. He's expecting her to actually almost win it.
If people may be a little bit put off by the fact that she jumped 9-4 favourite when raiding under Andre Nel. Andre had stipulated from day dot that she's a bit of a hot filly, which we saw in the parade ring.
Yes.
And he did think that perhaps travelling could maybe work against her.
Yeah.
And that is perhaps what happened. She's now calling Fairview her home. She is familiar with her surroundings. There was no travel making her way here. And we could see a lot better because, she was cited as a horse that is a lot better than her form on paper suggests. Neil, let's get straight down to it. The bipot, we mustn't forget about that. Pool climbing while we wait for them to load. We unfortunately can't see it on screen because it is a split screen. But tell me now, how would you play this bipod? You did ask me would I put in
Yes.
2 or more. I did say yes. If you were going to push me, I would probably go 1 and 3 at this point. How are you seeing things?
I would go 1 and 3, and I would add number 2, Lady Luck.
Okay, so let's just be safe and cover all bases. We don't want to go out in the first leg, and all of 1, 2, and 3 do look horses that need to be included here. That is Consigliere, who caught us both in the parade ring and going down. Number 2, Lady Luck, who looked good in the parade ring and has the form to improve on. And number 3, Illerix, who raids off decent Western Cape maiden form. They should be called to load shortly. It's fantastic to hand you upstairs to Nico.
Thanks, Nadine. Thanks, Neil. Runners for the first race will start to load up shortly. And just whilst we're on the first race, the TCO2 testing's been done for selected runners in race 2. And that is gone ahead, and all runners that were tested have been found to be compliant. So no ill effect to the TCO2 testing for the second race, which has already been done prior to race 1. And they are loading up for the first race down at the 1,200-metre mark. Smart View is the first horse to load, with Quiet Whisper going up. Bipod pool is well over 150,000 rand. Consigliere to move up. Consigliere to go forward with Statesman next. Lady Luck, Ticking Bomb, War Sword and Ellerix to complete the lineup. Lady Luck is going forward with Ticking Bomb, War Sword and Ellerix will be the last one. First of 8 today on the poly track at Fairview. It's a cool day. They're set to race 1,200 metres and sprinting away. They broke as one. It's a perfect start for them. Consigliere jumped away well as the early leader. On the outside of it, Smart View is right there. Statesman is wider out in the track, and then came Lady Luck and Ellerix. Ticking Bomb is racing towards the rear end of the field. Behind that is War Sword, and the back marker is Quiet Whisper, is a long way off the leader now, racing about 10 lengths off them now as they go towards the last 700 metres. Consigliere's got his head out in front. He leads by a neck. From Statesman in second, 3 lengths away, Lady Luck is third, and then came behind that Silent Smart View, rather. Racing behind those is Ellerix. Ticking Bomb's got 6 lengths to make up. War Sword has lost touch, and the back marker is Quiet Whisper. Homeward bound, 400 to go. Consigliere still in front from Lady Luck in second. Statesman's on their outside. Ticking Bomb has started to move up strongly down the centre, and then came Ellerix. In behind that is War Sword, but Ticking Bomb has hit the front now with 150 to go. Has gone about a length and a half clear of Ellerix, and Ticking Bomb is going on strongly here. Ticking Bomb by 3 lengths or so. Ellerix second. Third's going to get tight. That'll go to War Sword, a good run. Then came Lady Luck. In behind that, Consigliere. Further back to Smart View, Quiet Whisper and Statesman. Ticking Bomb, number 6 on the programme, the daughter of Lancaster Bomber, was a bit keen on the way by, but Craig Zaki settled her in nicely towards the rear end of the field. And she comes home best of all, the daughter of Lancaster Bomber, for the Glen Cotson stable in the colours of Drakenstein stud. Nominee Gaynor Rupert. Ticking Bomb is 3 lengths clear of the other Cape Raider Ellerix, and War Sword runs on best, the others for third. A big week for jockey Craig Zaki this week. And of course, he's amassed over 150 winners. I think he hasn't done that before in a season, and he's riding at the top of his game. Well done to Craig, well done to Glenn Cotson. Second, Ellerix. Third goes to War Sword for the Duncan Mackenzie yard, and 4th position to Lady Luck completes the quartet. So Ticking Bomb is owned and was bred by Drakenstein Stud and is out the maidens in her 10th start. She reverted back to the 1,200 metres today, and Craig Zaki just cruised through on her down to the last 200 metres, hit the front from the other Cape challenger Ellerix, and these two will pull clear of the rest of the field as we see the closing stages here. And it's a number 6 on the card, Ticking Bomb, that goes on to score quite well in the end. The PA starts next. That was the opening leg of today's bipod. by Lancaster Bomber out of the Captain Elmere TikTok. Owned and bred by the Drakenstein stud, nominee Mrs. Gaynor Rupert. Trained by Glenn Kotson in Cape Town and ridden to victory by Craig Zaki. Ticking Bomb is a convincing winner, beating her in the other Cape Raider. Ellerix back in second, number 3. Third placing will go to War Sword, number 4. And fourth to number 2, Lady Luck. On their outside, Ticking Bomb has started to move up strongly down the centre, and then came Ellerix. In behind that is War Sword, but Ticking Bomb has hit the front now with 150 to go. Has gone about a length and a half clear of Ellerix, and Ticking Bomb is going on strongly here. Ticking Bomb by 3 lengths or so. Ellerix second, third's going to get tight. That'll go to War Sword, a good run. Then came Lady Luck. In behind that, Concilier.
Well, it's a huge well done to trainer Glenn Kotson on his absence for starting us off in the Eastern Cape as Ticking Bomb comes through to win the first. I've got AK on hand, and he's going to be collecting the cheque for the winning groom, also in his absence, 1,500 Rand. Now here that goes to Passion, who has been victorious here in the Eastern Cape before, so I think he likes visiting us with his horses. AK, thank you very much, and tell him well done. Craig standing by is going to come in and join us now. Ticking Bomb, a horse that he has ridden before, placed on before, and a first ride here in the Eastern Cape though. Had a chat with Glenn earlier in the week, and he really did feel, was spot on, that she was going to take well to the poly, showing good work back home. But she gave us a bit of a scare with her very vigorous, keen action going down.
Yeah, she's not the easiest filly, Nadine. I know her pretty well from Cape Town. I rode in a 14 against Winners, and I mean, she looked like a cotton ball. She had sheepskin noseband, brow band, cheek pieces, and said to Glenn, please take everything off.
Yeah.
Get her back in the maiden 12 or 14, she'll just about win. And a little bit disappointed in her next 2 starts, but I said it was in open company again. And then yeah, today she was a bit difficult going to post, quite strong, but I think that was more the noseband that they had on her. That could be easily resolved, but she's won a nice race, and despite her hanging, she can only go on from here.
And do you think perhaps what did help her today is that I see she broke with the horses, but she didn't have the pace, and for once actually she couldn't fight, she had to settle, and she found a beautiful finish.
Yeah, she's always like doing the donkey work in front and through the gates. I thought I'd try to place her, but then the speed was on, and about it to take a sit, and she settled briefly. Just before the straight, she started taking it again, and the last place she won a Baker horse's momentum. So they were all one pace in front of her, and I made an early move, and it's played out in her favour.
It certainly did. Before you run, you are riding a couple of horses for the first time, so it wouldn't be too fair to ask you about those. But horses that you do know are the Nkosana, who I think has really good claims again today, bumps the right field, and Anushka as well, 2-year-old, taking on older, but a lot to like about having just got touched off last time out.
Yeah, they both look lively contenders. In Nkosana, I like him. Anushka's World, wish he had a draw. If anyone can remember that last run, I was drawn down the middle and he hung really, really bad. That's what cost him the race, and I was always against his momentum. He was about to hit the rail, so hopefully that's resolved. If he can run straight, he must be the horse to beat.
Oh, great stuff. And before you run away, you were the only person here, so on behalf of Drakenstein, please accept the Racehorse Owners Association member full payout of 15,000 Rand to add cherries to the cake. Craig, well done. Great start. Congratulations.
Thanks, Nadine. Just well done to Glenn again, to his team. Always a privilege in the colours of Drakenstein. Mrs. Rupert, thank you. To Kevin, well done. And to Megan and the Sharon Cotton team doing duty today. So big thanks to them, and to my sponsors, Moritz Fintino Vogelbosch. Thank you.
Brilliant. Great to hear all that feedback from Craig Zaki, not only about the winner, but about some upcoming rides. On behalf of Ticking Bomb, once again, huge well done to trainer Glenn Cotson, Drakenstein, bred Drakenstein owned. Very, very well done, Mrs. Rupert. She's gotten out of the maidens this afternoon, and from the positive words from Craig, definitely has more to come.
Race 1,200 metres and sprinting away. They broke as one. It's a perfect start for them. Consigliere jumped away well as the early leader. On the outside of it, Smart View is right there. Statesman is wider out in the track, and then came Lady Luck and Ellerix. Ticking Bomb is racing towards the rear end of the field. Behind that is War Sword, and the back marker is Quiet Whisper. Is a long way off the leader now, racing about 10 lengths off them now as they go towards the last 700 metres. Consigliere's got his head out in front. He leads by a neck. From Statesman in second, 3 lengths away, Lady Luck is third, and then came behind that Silent Smart View, rather. Racing behind those is Ellerix. Ticking Bomb's got 6 lengths to make up. War Sword has lost touch, and the back marker is Quiet Whisper. Homeward bound, 400 to go. Consigliere still in front from Lady Luck in second. Statesman's on their outside. Ticking Bomb has started to move up strongly down the centre, and then came Ellerix, and behind that is War Sword, but Ticking Bomb has hit the front now with 150 to go. Has gone about a length and a half clear of Ellerix, and Ticking Bomb is going on strongly here. Ticking Bomb by 3 lengths or so. Ellerix second. Third's going to get tight. That'll go to War Sword, a good run. Then came Lady Luck in behind that. Conciliatrons on their outside. Ticking Bomb has started to move up strongly down the centre, and then came Ellerix, and behind that is War Sword, but Ticking Bomb has hit the front now with 150 to go. Has gone about a length and a half clear of Ellerix, and Ticking Bomb is going on strongly here. Ticking Bomb by 3 lengths or so. Ellerix second. Third's going to get tight. That'll go to War Sword, a good run. Then came Lady Luck in behind that. Conciliere.
is ready to run a big race, and then the value, her price is value.
Okay.
Yeah. Number 2, La Pequeñita. I think she disappointed a few who had followed her and did support her on local debut last time out as 2-1 favourite. But in fairness, she didn't run a poor race and actually went down under length in third. Blinkers come off as she steps up to the mile. I think that is going to find her better suited. I think the 1200 was a bit sharp for her last time out, and she's got a chance at redeeming herself here in an open field.
Now, that eye-catching individual there is the daughter of Flower Alley. That's number 3, Princess Vriti, out of a Count de Bois mare. The Count de Bois mare will tell you 1600 plus is exactly what they're looking for, and the eye-catching filly is the pick of the parade ring. The comment from this table is will enjoy stepping back up to the 1600 meters, and they give it a place chance. Now, ran on late last time out in this type of company. Very fit horse, big horse, and it's seldom that a big horse actually shows you when they're really stripped.
Yes.
Yeah, but
she's looking at.
She's looking at.
Yeah.
She looks really well. That's the pick of the parade ring, number 3.
I hope that, trainer Gavin Smith did say the similar tactics will be used. She'll be tucked in and asked to run on. And I hope in that case she allows Craig to settle her, because I see she has shown pace, because her best run definitely was when settled off the pace. Number 4, Vintage Crystal, walking around the parade ring in a lovely, calm manner. Very, very strong comments coming through from the yard here, saying that huge effort is expected and they give her a winning chance. Of course, her stable companion came off that Hanging Rock form line to win in the way of $1 Million Girl. That day, Vintage Crystal was just behind her, and I can see why the yard are hoping for a repeat.
Number 5, that's Seaside Trip, a chestnut filly by Trippy out of a Jalad mare, bred out at the Engelbrechts. They had a winner the other day, so well done to them. And yeah, they own it as well. That is Seaside Trip. Louis Makotwa rides for the Sharon Cotton stable and does enjoy course and distance. So at the end of the day, a runner that must be respected. Has drawn wide on a couple of occasions. Today, slightly better in the small field.
Neil, prior to the parade ring, and of course we've still got to see them going down, but you said she was close on your first choice.
Yes.
So are you happy with your choice as to what you see in the parade ring?
Yeah, I'm happy with her. Look, she's not a big, imposing sort of a looking filly at all, but I'm more than happy with her. She'll definitely remain my first choice up until such time that we see them move to post. But on paper, she is my first choice. But I must say the talk at the moment about number 4, which we've touched on already, is starting to sort of even it out a little bit for myself. So they will be my first 2 selections in the place accumulator.
Number 6, Kamaria has shown much improved form since stepped up in trip. As the yard alludes to, unfortunately, this is 1600, probably would have been a little bit more home over 1900, where she has been running her best races. But the penny has dropped. She's starting to race now, and if not caught out too much by the shortened trip, they do expect her to be competitive.
Number 7, Sundrop. Now, Sundrop races for the Jacques Stradum stable. She's raced 36 times. Yep, 36 times as a maiden, but she's always earning. I mean, she's run 2nd, 4th, 2nd, 2nd, 3rd, 2nd. Then a bad run running 7th, and last time out 3rd as well. She keeps earning for the connections, and the apprentice claims 4 this afternoon. So, got to have a bit of a chance. I see she's eased out in the market to about 8-1.
She actually took on handicap company last time out, and that one bad run you alluded to was on turf. Her polyform is ultra consistent. She does seem to always like to let a few go ahead, but very lively runner for trifectas and quartets.
I mean, she's earned 120,000 rand, so she's been paying her way.
Can't knock her. Yeah, she's been paying her feed bills.
Absolutely. Well, those are the runners, and the riders have all mounted up. They're making their way out the parade ring. For race 2 on the card this afternoon is that first leg of the place accumulator. And I'm going to quickly, before they leave the parade ring, Nadine, your pick of the parade ring, who would that be?
My pick of the parade ring is definitely number 3, Princess Vriti.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. The pick of the parade ring is number 3, has shortened from 14-1, 12-1, 11-1. So maybe consider this one. But we'll watch them canter to post and make our final selections once they've moved down to the start. Let's cross over to Nico Kritsiotis.
Thanks very much. The runners for race number 2, the opening leg of the place accumulator, are leaving the parade ring. This is the place soccer 6, 10 and 13 maiden plate for fillies and mares over 1600 metres. All the horses that were selected for testing for TCO2 were cleared to run here. Latest place accumulator pool is 218,000 rand. The bipod closed on 193,742 rand. So a shade under 200,000 Rand for the bipot today. 218,000 in the place accumulator thus far. The runners will canter past shortly. Field of 7 runners over the mile trip. And here they come out. Number 3 is Princess Vritti. Craig Zaki rides. So tugging with the rider out, as did Ticking Bomb with Craig in the first race. This is Princess Vritti, number 3. Number 2, La Pequenita, ridden by Richard Ferree. 1 is Elusive Mata, apprentice Donald Geertz, and claims 1.5 kilograms. Comes up with a lead pony. 4 was Vintage Crystal, Sandile Kati. 5, Seaside Trip, Louis Mkotwa. 6, Kamaria, Dennis Schwarz. And 7 is Sundrop, Abdullah Rashid Al Mansuri. Claims 4 kilograms apprentice allowance. Princess Vritti turning to canter. Five is Seaside Trip. Number 2, La Pequenita, ridden by Richard Ferree. 4, Vintage Crystal, Sandile Kati. 1, Elusive Mata, Donald Geertz. 6, Kamaria, Dennis Schwarz. And finally, number 7, Sundrop. And apprentice Al Mansuri claims the 4 kilograms. Runners and riders for race number 2, the opening leg of the place accumulator, on their way to the start. Race goes off in 5 minutes.
Place accumulator, swingers, exact. actors at a decent price. So that is the 3. Now we'll go through the other runners. I also thought there was value about number 1, Elusive Martyr. We touched on that early on from the Sharon Kotson stable. Nadine did feel a little bit inconsistent, so we've touched on Elusive Martyr. Let's go to Greef's runner, number 2. Any confidence from the stable?
I think in all fairness, it's very hard for the stable to be confident at any point. I know that they were hoping for a big day last Friday. The horses looked amazing, went down amazing, and just unfortunately didn't raise a gallop. So even though the horses are well as far as they are concerned today, it's very hard to stick your neck out and say this is going to run well. In saying that, what is going to suit number 2, La Pequeñita, is the step up to the mile, and the fact that her run over 1200, which was sharp for her last time out, was actually a decent third. So all things being equal, she should run a good race.
All right, now we get to runner number 4, Vintage Crystal, that I believe must go into your place accumulators from the Kelly Mitchley stable. There's quite a bit of positivity coming from the stable with regards to Sandile Carty's mount, and went down to post like, let's get it on.
Yeah, she certainly did, and she also looked good in the parade ring. What about her, when I look at her form, I definitely made her a trifecta inclusion, and I would say she had an each-way chance, but I wouldn't have said this is going to win. But that is literally the feel that the yard is giving us, saying huge effort expected and winning chance. So that needs to be respected. They do have a horse that's won off this form line. They know what it takes to win in this type of company, and yeah, I'm sure we'll see a big run from her.
Number 5, Seaside Trip. On paper, originally, I thought not easy, but I was leaning towards Louis Makotwa's mount, and I still believe it's a place accumulator runner, but
yes.
don't bank her.
No, don't bank her, but she was also one of my more enthusiastic selections, just because she has been nothing but honest, and though she has held form on both surfaces, her very best run locally has been her poly run, where she ran on really well for that 4th behind Lady Chatterley. So big runner for me, and yeah, if she won, certainly wouldn't be a surprise, but would go wider than just the 5 in the PA.
All right, number 6, Kamaria from the Jean Nel stable, is another runner that John thought could run into the money. The lights are flashing. It's place accumulator time. It's too late to change your selections, but get them on quickly. We're going to cross over to Nico.
Runners are starting to line up. Kamaria, Sundrop, Seaside Trip, Vintage Crystal. Runners that were tested for TCO2 for race 3, by the way, have been found to be compliant. So that testing for race 3 has been done, and all the runners have passed the test safely. Princess Vritti is going forward with Elusive Mata, and La Pequeñita to come forward as well. La Pequeñita to move in. 1,600 meters. Start of the race is actually hidden from the commentary box, so we call the beginning bits off the TV here. 1,600 meters, La Pequeñita moved in. They're all set, and they are racing away to a good enough beginning for them over here. Kamaria began well in the all-white colours, one of the early leaders, with Princess Vritti outside of it, going off to take up the lead here. Sundrop is racing away in 3rd. That's followed by Elusive Mata, who's rousted along in the early stages. Vintage Crystal, the black and white colours, is ahead of Seaside Trip, who's just racing a little bit keenly on that one's outside. And La Pequeñita is racing at the rear end of the field. And about 7 lengths will cover them as they work their way down that back straight and approach the last 1,000 meters. And in front is Princess Vritti, has the lead half a length. From Sundrop racing second, 2 lengths away, then to Kamaria, then Elusive Mata and Vintage Crystal. Seaside Trip has got 6-7 lengths to make up, and a length further away then to La Pequeñita. As they run down now inside the final 700 meters, and out in front still Princess Vritti, but now Sundrop has moved up alongside. They've kicked 2 lengths clear of in behind those Elusive Mata. Seaside Trip has made a daring run on their outside, then Kamaria. La Pequeñita is also starting to pick up nicely, and Vintage Crystal is the back marker. Homeward bound into the last 400 meters, and Seaside Trip looped the field here. La Pequeñita is running onto the outside. Then came Elusive Mata and Vintage Crystal, but Seaside Trip led from La Pequeñita and Richard Ferree on the outside. These two are pulled clear of behind that Vintage Crystal. In front, Seaside Trip. La Pequeñita is closing in at the death here. It's still Seaside Trip, La Pequeñita. These two going for the line. Seaside Trip got there from La Pequeñita. 3rd placing Vintage Crystal. Kamaria was in behind those. Further back, Elusive Mata. And then came Sundrop, and Princess Vritti walked across the line. Good win, good ride. Loom Kotua looped them when the pace wasn't as hot as they believed it to be, and Richard Free had the same idea. The only thing was that Louis thought of it first, I think, ahead of Richard, and that proved to be the winning move, because it's about a neck in it at the line here, and the colours of Mr. Engelbrecht Jr. Colours have been around a long time in horse racing, and the daughter of Trippy has got this one safe and sewn up by a head. Second will go to La Pequeñita. Third position to Vintage Crystal. And fourth to Camaria. Then came Elusive Mutter, who wasn't at ease throughout the run there. Sundrop ran further back, and Princess Virti did not really finish it off here. Look at the closing stages as they turn for home. The action is to the outside. Loom Kotua and Richard Free, they're great mates outside of the race itself. And they always like beating each other, and very competitive, the two of them. But Richard has fought on with La Pequeñita, but hasn't managed to go with a Seaside Trip at the line. It's a neck in it at the end. The daughter of Trippy. Seaside Trip wins for the Sharon Kotzen stable, also bred by Mr. Engelbrecht Jr. And Seaside Trip is out the maidens in her 10th start. Closure for race 2 is number 5, Seaside Trip. Ridden to victory by Loom Kotua for the Sharon Kotzen stable, owned and bred by Mr. W.J. Engelbrecht Jr. She's a 3-year-old chestnut filly by Trippy out of the Jalad Mare First Night Bliss, has her maiden win in her 10th start. Well done to Loom Kotua, the winning rider. Second will go to La Pequeñita, number 2. Third to number 4, Vintage Crystal, and fourth to number 6, Camaria.
With me is the man, AK. He's back here again this afternoon, and he's taking 1,500 rand for Nell. Nell is in charge of the winner this afternoon. So please, AK, tell him very well done, and thanks so much to Real Sports Bet. Let's get to those Engelbrecht colours back in the winner's box again, and they've been lucky colours for many, many years, but yeah, they've had a lot of good horses in their day. Louis, I like this. It's a nice way to start the day where you see you and Richard locked in battle and Ding Dong Tussle out there, the guys going hammer and tongs, and yeah, I thought top ride again. Well done.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. The pace was on, and then it slowed down.
Yeah.
And me and Richard were at the back of the field, and I think it helped when they slowed down. Because I actually didn't fancy those horses in the race. I didn't think the horses to beat the horses in front of me. I actually thought Richard was the horse to beat. When I saw him next to me, I said, well, okay. So, yeah, it's gonna be me and him. And when I pulled around and I went for my run, I said, okay, well, he's gonna have to catch me now. And to be honest with you, at the 200 out there, he's gonna run past me. And my friend just found a little bit more, and she won a very good race.
All right, well, that's positive feedback. I mean, it's taken her time. It's her 10th start this afternoon. But obviously Sharon and them aren't here now, but your feedback to Sharon will be still 1 or 2 in the tank?
Yeah, no, 100%. She's a young filly. When she hit the front, her ears pricked. She obviously still learning also. When other horse came to her, as I said, she found again. So that's just a sign of learning how to race still. Some horses take 10 starts, and then after, when they win, they get that confidence. So I think that's the case with this filly also. And just well done to Sharon and his whole team, and well done to Mr. Engelbrecht and his family. I really appreciate the support, and thank you to my sponsor, Spinning Post.
All right, thank you so much. But before you run, I want to ask you, you're riding for the Smith stable in race 5, number 2, Miss Shavi. You rode it the last time out. She was a trifle unlucky, I thought, last time.
No, sure, definitely she was unlucky last time. Today, my only worry is that we're just coming back to trip with the big weight. But there's lots of pace in the race. If she doesn't get in good position, she will be running strong.
Is there anything else that you think that you got leg over this afternoon that's got a chance?
The one also I've only ridden him once, the Notorix. I rode him once and I wanted him. He's been running, he's been consistent, just hasn't found a winner's box. He's got a very good draw today. I know João Rodrigues was very well and fit to races. Hopefully today we can make it 2 and 2 with us.
All right, thanks for sharing.
Thank you.
There we go. Louis Makotwa in the winner's box, and that's absolutely awesome. He's pointing out Notrix a little bit later from the Jean Nel stable, so you've got time to put that into your permutations for your jackpots as well as your pick sixes as well. Alibongwe in the winner's box, and yeah, lovely to have him here this afternoon from the Sharon Kotson stable. Nadine comes straight in here with the extra 15,000 rand. I'm sure the family and everybody out there will be happy. The Engelbrechts, another 15,000 rand. Thanks so much to the Racehorse Owners Association. Thanks so much. Thanks, Nadine. Alibongwe, tell us about it. You'll be more than happy with this, and yeah, I'm sure you've already had a phone call from the boss.
Yes, I am. I did get a call.
All right, and were you expecting her to go close to winning today?
Yes, we were expecting, because when you look at his last run, he was very, very good on the grass, but he was some problems on the grass, so today it wasn't that a big field. She ran a good race as we were expecting, and shows that what she used to show us at home.
All right, now what do these show you at home? Because you've got 2 more runners on the day. You've got Sunlit from Heaven and Golden Link. Let's start with Sunlit from Heaven.
Sunlight from Heaven will need the pace on, and you should run in the places.
All right, and Golden Link?
Golden Link is just in a deep against the old horses, but he's a good trier. He's a good trier, and he can be there. I think he'll run in the first 2.
In the first 2?
Yeah.
Very confident.
Yeah, and I'd like to say well done to the Engelbrecht family, and also well done to Greg and Sharon, also to our sponsor, Well Sport Betting.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Very well done. Thank you. Thanks very much to Malibongwe there from the Sharon Kotson stable. If you are at the sale, you'll see Greg and you'll see Sharon Kotson. They put your hand up and let them take your bid and buy themselves a horse. Let them buy a horse for you, or you buy a horse for them at the end of the day. But well done to Sharon and well done to the Engelbrecht family.
1,600 metres, La Pequenita moved in. They're all set, and they are racing away to a good enough beginning for them over here. Kamaria began well in the all-white colours, one of the early leaders, with Princess Vritti outside of it, going off to take up the lead here. Sundrop is racing away in third. That's followed by Elusive Mata, who's rousted along in the early stages. Vintage Crystal, the black and white colours, is ahead of Seaside Trip, who's just racing a little bit keenly on that one's outside. And La Pecanita is racing at the rear end of the field. And about 7 lengths will cover them as they work their way down that back straight and approach the last 1,000 metres. And in front is Princess Vritti has the lead half a length. From Sundrop racing second, 2 lengths away, then to Kamaria, then Elusive Mata and Vintage Crystal. Seaside Trip has got 6-7 lengths to make up, and a length further away then to La Pecanita. As they run down now inside the final 700 metres, and out in front still Princess Vritti, but now Sundrop has moved up alongside. They've kicked 2 lengths clear of in behind those Elusive Mata. Seaside Trip has made a daring run on their outside, then Kamaria. La Pecanita is also starting to pick up nicely, and Vintage Crystal is the back marker. Homeward bound into the last 400 metres, and Seaside Trip looped the field here. La Pecanita is running onto the outside. Then came Elusive Mata and Vintage Crystal, but Seaside Trip led from La Pecanita and Richard Ferry on the outside. These two are pulled clear of behind that Vintage Crystal. In front, Seaside Trip. La Pecanita is closing in at the death here. It's still Seaside Trip, La Pecanita. These two going for the line. Seaside Trip got there from La Pecanita. In came Elusive Mud and Vintage Crystal, but Seaside Trip led from La Pecanita and Richard Ferry on the outside. These two are pulled clear of behind that Vintage Crystal. In front, Seaside Trip. La Pecanita is closing in at the death here. It's still Seaside Trip, La Pecanita. These two going for the line. Seaside Trip got there from La Pecanita.
Today the average rating is 61, but has also featured in the 62. So, yeah, must have each way claims.
I
Nice and
know
relaxed.
he was unlucky last time out. Kelly actually came back and said, while they were very happy that Mr. Speaker won, because that also out of their yard, Simanga had run into trouble earlier. And when you're beaten by half a length by the winner and a quarter of a length by the second horse, every little bit of trouble at that point does count.
Now, last time out when the stablemate won, this horse was actually back from 11 to 2 into 18 to 10. He was favourite.
Yeah,
he was favourite.
And again, they are hoping that he has some luck today. They do give him a winning chance, and I agree. I do make him a big runner. Number 3 is Mayor of Maryvale. He actually moved up very well to a point on local debut. He had enough, perhaps needed it. Whatever the case, the yard said they were a little bit disappointed. Improvement is expected. A decent effort is expected. He will be fitter and can improve. And Mayor of Maryvale could perhaps pop up to place.
Number 4 is Magic Prince. That's the chestnut son of Willow Magic. Zitzman Oosthuizen is the conditioner. Now, he's a strong individual. He's strong behind. He's strong in front as well. He relocates for the first time here from KZN. He's also raced at the Highveld. He gets the apprentice Mohammed aboard this afternoon. Alabul Malik, I think that's how we pronounce it. And he gets the 4, so nice to have him here this afternoon as well. Let's see how Magic Prince goes to post. Shortened in the betting at one stage, but has eased out again.
Number 5, Potent Captain, walks behind Magic Prince, and much like him, also a very strong individual and looking very good in the ring this afternoon. He really put up a super run over course and distance last time out when finishing second behind Canny Mambo. And if he repeats that run, he's going to be a horse to be respected. Neil, we were remarking a little bit earlier off camera what a great relationship Dennis Swartz has at the moment with the Duncan Mackenzie horses, and he is aboard.
Guaranteed when people study form now, they look immediately. You look at trainer-jockey combinations. That's what punters do. And when they look at this set up between Duncan and Dennis at the moment, you automatically say, hello, I've got a bit of a chance.
Note, yeah.
And I just want to mention that I actually saw the horse yesterday. I see we are live now. I saw the horse at the stables yesterday.
That is Potent Captain, horse number 5. Yeah.
And Duncan Mackenzie just said to me, this horse is so well at the moment. He looks
it.
You can see it.
Yeah,
he said he was jumping out of his skin. So it's a big price. Do you include him in your pick 6? I say yes, most definitely.
I would definitely do that. Like you said a bit earlier, perhaps 3 horses here.
Yeah.
We'll catch up with number 6, Mafia Bags of Money. Mafia Bags of Money a little bit later. He's going to canter 2 post ahead of the rest. But let's quickly touch on the 7 that is in the parade ring, and that is Stealing the Thunder. She's a daughter of Gimme the Green Light. Modest local debut last time out. It was over shorter. She can improve here, stepping up in trip and trying the blinkers. Yard is hoping for better from her.
Right down at the bottom, going onto the course proper right now, is number 6, and that is Mafia Bags the Money, a son of eviction. He's still a colt. He's a 4-year-old, rising 5. Donald Geertsen claims a 1.5. He's yet to show us any form or sign of ability. He races for the Manuel Cactus stable, and you can get more than 100 to 1 about his chances. So hoping that he will improve. But looking at them in the parade ring, first leg of the pick 6 this afternoon, guys, get those pick 6s on. We do suggest you choke at least 3 runners going to post. We don't believe, yes, we can bank a number 1, King of the Queen, and we'll shout at home, make no mistake.
He would be a deserved winner.
He would, but he always runs second.
Yes,
so you've got to be brave to take a chance on banker. We do suggest at this stage that you maybe go 2, 3, and then also include the outsider number 5, Potent Captain.
Yeah.
Those would be the 3 selections at the moment, but they're going to obviously go down to post. We're going to leave you right now. Nadine, for the pick 6, we both agreed early on today that maybe there were 2 horses that we'd lean towards
and
as
they're
bankers.
both Gavin Smith runners a little bit later in the day. In fact, I think in the following race 4, the first one is up, and that's number 6, then Kosana.
Yeah, and the other one we mentioned was in race 6, number 4, Anushka's World, just for the viewers out there, but is drawn wide. Craig Zaki said it's a little bit of a
concern. Because it was a difficult ride last time.
And then for our viewers, if you didn't get the post-race interview when I interviewed Louis Makotwe when he won the previous race with Sharon Kotzen, I asked him, is there anything else on the day? And he said to me, don't leave out Jean Nell's runner, which was No Tricks. And that's also in race 6, which is in the same race as Anushka's World.
Could be interesting, yes.
Could be interesting. All right, we're going to leave you and in the capable hands of Nico Kritsiotis as the runners are leaving the parade ring for the first leg of the pick 6.
Yeah, thanks very much. Early runner going by in race 3 was number 6, Mafia Bags the Money. Apprentice Donald Geertsen takes 1.5 kilograms off the weight. 6, Mafia Bags the Money is on his way to the start. Race 3 starts off today's pick 6, the Racing 240 for Racing for You maiden plate. over the mile trip. Started the pick six here. The pick six pool currently on 340,000 Rand with about 8 minutes remaining. The buy pot, as we mentioned, closed on 193,742 Rand. The place accumulator pool closed on 366,679 Rand. 366,679 Rand. Horses making their way out onto the track. For race number 3, the favourite is number 1, King of Queen. Sports a tongue tie today, 1 Rand 60 a win and 1 Rand a place. A tongue tie to number 1, King of Queen. No blinkers for number 4, Magic Prince. Also stepping out, number 2, Spec Magic, Sandile Kati. 3, Mayor of Maryvale, Louis Mkotwa. 4 is Magic Prince, Mohammed Al Abdul Malik. Claims the 4 kilos. 5, Potent Captain Dennis Schwarz. Number 7, Stealing the Thunder, Richard Faree. Sports blinkers today does number 7, Stealing the Thunder. And here's the favourite, number 1, King of Queen in the red. Apprentice Niven Nastilli rides. He claims the 4 kilograms. Wears a tongue tie today, does number 1, King of Queen, and coming out with the lead pony. That'll be your field that lines up shortly at 13.50 for the opening leg of the pick 6. Runners going by, that was Mayor of Maryvale. Here is Spec Magic, number 2. Potent Captain turning to canter, number 5. Magic Prince, King of Queen, and Stealing the Thunder, all about to go down to the start together here. Third race off in just 5 minutes. 5 minutes to get those pick 6 bets on. Latest pool before we cross back downstairs is 363,000 Rand.
Speed on Polly counts a lot because you're right there, you're in the shake-up from the word go almost. Does he carry through with it? He's got a much better draw today. He was drawn 13 out of 13. I'm not sure if he'll win this afternoon, but he will win a race in the near future.
Whatever the case is, we are going to see him closer this afternoon. He's got quite a high knee action, but by no means moved badly. Number 5 is Potent Captain. He was another individual that caught the eye in the parade ring, a stocky, strong son of Captain of All. And it looked as if everything came together for him last time out when he finally clicked. And he ran the most competitive race that he has yet, finishing second to Canny Mambo over course and distance.
Yes, he's got a little bit of a high sort of leg action, knee action in the front, but he's very well. We mentioned earlier on, Duncan said he's jumping out of his skin at back home. I saw that myself yesterday as well, and there's no ways I'm leaving this at 20-1 my pick 6. He's going in for sure.
Most definitely, Duncan and Dennis have had quite a run of outsiders popping up over the recent weeks, and you've got to judge them on well-being, and in that respect he certainly did look outstanding this afternoon. Nice and calm behind the scenes with Dennis aboard there, and he could run very well. They are loading for the first leg of the pick 6 in the Eastern Cape.
That indeed they are. Thanks very much. They're going forward. Just news on the 4th race TCO2 testing. That has come through fine. So all the horses tested for TCO2 for race 4, the opening leg of Jackpot 1, are compliant. So the runner's loading up. King of Queen is loaded. Spec Magic, Mayor of Maryvale, has gone in. Potent Captain is also in. We're just waiting for Mafia Bags the Money. Stealing the Thunder still to come in. Magic Prince installed. Here's Mafia Bags the Money. And Stealing the Thunder to complete the line. 1,600 meters for today's Fairview opening leg of the pick 6. Set and ready and racing. Spec Magic began well. Mayor of Maryvale looks intent on going for the lead. Magic Prince is outside of them, and King of Queen is back on the fence. Then Potent Captain, who's back in 5th position. Racing a little bit keenly as Potent Captain's about 3 or 4 lengths off the leader. Just as to be taken closer towards the rail there. Further back was Stealing the Thunder and Mafia Bags the Money. But a compact field, and only 6 will cover them. 6 lengths from first to last as the runners pass the 1,100 metre marker, and Mayor of Maryvale is on the lead by 3/4 of a length. Magic Prince is racing back in 2nd. King of Queen is racing in close quarters in 3rd. And then Spec Magic. Potent Captain is not settled in the run. It's being passed on the outside by Mafia Bags the Money. And Stealing the Thunder is still the back marker. But only 5 lengths cover the field here as the horses run down the side of the track and go to the last 700 metres. It's Mayor of Maryvale just clicked it up a notch or 2. Led it by just over a length here for Magic Prince in 2nd. Spec Magic is away in 3rd. Then King of Queen. Mafia Bags the Money. Potent Captain's got 5 lengths to make up, and Stealing the Thunder will be the back marker. The runners turn into the home straight here. 400 metres left to go. Mayor of Maryvale's the leader. Spec Magic towards the outside with Magic Prince. King of Queen has still got 2 lengths to make up, but now Spec Magic picks up the advantage here. Spec Magic goes firm with Magic Prince. Down the inside is Mayor of Maryvale. King of Queen is struggling in behind those Potent Captain, but Spec Magic goes strongly here for Sandile Kati, and it's going to be Spec Magic by 2.5 lengths from Magic Prince in 2nd. 3rd placing will go to Mayor of Maryvale. 4th to King of Queen. In beyond that, Potent Captain, Stealing the Thunder, and Mafia Bags the Money. Spec Magic is the winner for the Kelly Mitchley yard. Sandile Kati. He's been in the news for the wrong reasons of late, but gets into the news for the right reasons here. Spec Magic is a 3-year-old son of Patala Palace. Out of the Duke of Marmalade mare Liquid Force. Well done to him. And well done to Kelly Mitchley and to Kyle Paddock. Bred by the Daytona Stud Pty Limited. Nominee estate of the late Mr. Robin Hamilton. Spec Magic clears away by a good few lengths for owner Mr. Van Veek, who is on course to lead him in to his maiden win. Magic Prince has turned out 2nd best. 3rd position will go to Mayor of Maryvale. And King of Queen, oh so disappointing, finishes out the PA back in that 4th position. Further back was Potent Captain, and then came Stealing the Thunder and Mafia Bags the Money. That's the running of the opening leg of the pick 6. This is the head-on replay. Well, Mayor of Maryvale had called it a day, 300 out, and was picked up by both Magic Prince and Spec Magic. But Spec Magic, who was certainly expected to win last time out with the money pouring on, has atoned today and given Kelly Mitchley the winner of the third race. He's a son of Patala Palace, and he's come away readily in the third race.
to say. It's like it's only 3 years, but it still acts like it's 2 years. But actually, I would say thanks to Rudy for letting me ride this horse, because actually last time I was very unlucky.
Yes.
But also you guys did say that today actually won a nice race, and thanks to Kelly Mitchley, Julius, the guys are working in the stables. Really nice to have a winner for them again.
You've got to feel that maybe he's been a little bit of a horse that's been lacking confidence, and maybe now that he's got that one win, he could perhaps get it right again.
Yes, definitely, Tom, because I think he can still go like extra ground, like 10 furlongs, because he's still an immature horse to me. So I think he's going to go from here to another strength.
Well, great feedback, and well done for getting it right today. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Kelly standing by. This was a runner that she gave a chance to this afternoon, so she'll be elated to see it in the winner's box. And Kelly, I remember you coming back when Mr. Speaker won the race and saying, of course you take the win with both hands, but your heart broke a little bit for Speck because he got into trouble and he still managed to run such a good race.
Yeah, shame he was so unlucky last time out. He should have won. I know Mr. Speaker won the race, but was a little bit upset, as you said, because I thought he was going to win, because Rudy had his family here, so it would have been nice to have everybody lead him in. But anyway, he won today. It's nice, and Rudy's on course.
Yes.
He doesn't miss a horse's run. When he's not here, then I don't think they will run too well. But yeah, a huge well done to him, and just want to say a huge well done to our team, and to Carl, to Julius, Sandile, and Cara's here now helping out at the races, so that's nice to have her down here. And also just a big thank you to our sponsor, Betway South Africa.
Well done, Kelly.
Thank you so much.
Rudy on course, going to come in for a chat, looking really chuffed and very, very glad on his behalf, because Rudy, you had to wait a run more than you planned, but he got it right, and thank goodness for that.
Yeah, well, it's horse racing. Anything can happen.
And anything did last time where he was really stiff, but when you came into the parade ring, one thing, Kelly turns the horse out beautifully, and he immediately caught the eye, so you could see it was a picture of well-being.
Yeah, he looked a little bit edgy for me, but I thought that maybe he was just over ready. And maybe angry because he didn't win last time.
Well, he was out to prove a point, which is fantastic.
No, 100%.
Marilyn standing by, and to add a little bit more joy to the win is 15,000 Rand from the Racehorse Owners Association. Always fantastic to be involved with them. Marilyn, thank you very much. A little bit more to smile about.
Listen, thank you, Kelly and Carl and everyone involved, and for my wife involved and my dad. This is for you, and yeah, thank you so much, and Sandile, well done.
I'm sure they'll appreciate that, and to you, well done as well. Nothing better than being on course to lead that winner in.
100%. I'm starting to like the Monday, Tuesday meetings.
They've been good to you.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations, and great to hear from Sandile that he does think there's more to come.
Yeah, 100%. Thank you so much.
Well done. Spec Magic, while he would have had his supporters today, I was definitely one of them. Great to see him in the winner's box after he was so unlucky last time out. And a huge congratulations once again to Kelly Mitchley and her team, to owner Rudy and to jockey Sandile.
Leg of the pick six, set and ready and racing. Spec Magic began well. Mayor of Maryvale looks intent on going for the lead. Magic Prince is outside of them, and King of Queen is back on the fence. Then Potent Captain, who's back in 5th position. Racing a little bit keenly as Potent Captain's about 3 or 4 lengths off the leader, just as to be taken closer towards the rail there. Further back was Stealing the Thunder and Mafia Bags the Money, but a compact field, and only 6 will cover them. 6 lengths from first to last as the runners pass the 1100 metre mark, and Mayor of Maryvale is on the lead by 3/4 of a length. Magic Prince is racing back in 2nd. King of Queen is racing in close quarters in 3rd, and then Spec Magic. Potent Captain is not settled in the run. It's being passed on the outside by Mafia Bags the Money, and Stealing the Thunder is still the back marker, but only 5 lengths cover the field here as the horses run down the side of the track and go to the last 700 metres. It's Mayor of Maryvale, just clicks it up a notch or 2, led it by just over a length here for Magic Prince in 2nd. Spec Magic is away in 3rd, then King of Queen. Mafia Bags the Money. Potent Captain's got 5 lengths to make up, and Stealing the Thunder will be the back marker. The runners turn into the home straight here. 400 metres left to go. Mayor of Maryvale's the leader. Spec Magic towards the outside with Magic Prince. King of Queen has still got 2 lengths to make up, but now Spec Magic picks up the advantage here. Spec Magic goes firm with Magic Prince. Down the inside is Mayor of Maryvale. King of Queen is struggling. In behind those potent captain, but Spec Magic goes strongly here for Sandile Kati, and it's going to be Spec Magic by 2.5 lengths from Magic Prince in second. Third placing will Spec Magic towards the outside with Magic Prince. King of Queen has still got 2 lengths to make up, but now Spec Magic picks up the advantage here. Spec Magic goes for Magic Prince. Down the inside is Mayor of Maryvale. King of Queen is struggling. In behind those potent captain, but Spec Magic goes strongly here for Sandile Kati, and it's going to be Spec Magic by 2.5 lengths from Magic Prince in second. Third placing will go to Mayor of Maryvale.
finished 2.5 lengths behind Fujisan. The yard say he's working well and is a quartet inclusion. And in this type of field, I would have to agree.
I'm not sure if that is number 3 in the right order there. Josie Moe from the Kelly Mitchley stable.
I'm not sure. I don't think so. Very impressive. 4.5 lengths of launch code, but he had been expected to get a little bit closer. I think he's going to enjoy the fact form over the 1900. A spitting image, actually, body-wise, yes.
The Gaverton look about the horses that he purchased, similar type of horse as well as number 4.
Yeah, spot on.
Number 5 is Saint Quintin from the Emmanuel Cactus stable. Dennis Schwartz rides this afternoon, and it's been off form for quite some time. Needs to show us a bit more before we can tip this one as well.
His cheek pieces have been removed. Number 6, Nkosana. Now, this is a horse that both Neil and I are hoping for another big run from. Neil, you liked a bit of this chap last time out. Quite a few people did by the looks of things, 6-1 to 3-1. But whatever the case was, he did not disappoint, and he beat Give Us a Smile with quite an impressive performance. Now, he's been gently handled at the ratings. He's up to 4 points, and I really think this is the right type of field for him to be able to follow up when taking on similar. I think the yard feel the same. They actually make him a good each-way bet, and I'm solidly with them on this one. I think he can do it.
He's a little bit more furry than the other horses. Did you notice?
He is furry. I don't mind furry.
He was like that last time.
Yes, as long as the fur shines, and that it is doing. Yeah. Some of them, everyone's different. He seems to grow a bit of a longer coat, but there is a good shine on it, and that's all that counts.
Number 7 is Sunlit from Heaven from the Sharon Cotson stable. Chase rides this afternoon. Sharon has had a winner on the card. 3 runs back, a oh-so-easy win by 4.5 lengths, beating Sundrop. Sundrop still struggling to break or to shed the maiden tag as well. Then went onto the turf and then back on the poly. Since that win, hasn't done much.
Yeah. Number 8, Soft Touch, is the last runner in the field and possibly the horse that could give Nkosana a run for his money. She found just one better last time out, but she tried very hard that day. I have to agree with the post-race comments. And though she is now up against male opposition, she takes on a similar class of horse and has the claim 4 of Nirvan Nasili, who's riding very well at the moment to help. She has nothing on her back, only 48 kilos. So, yeah, she comes in actually quite significantly better off at the weights than Nkosana, as in weight received.
Yeah, and I'm looking at her now.
She looks good.
Yeah, she's now stopped, but she was like walking on hot coals at one stage there. I think Zitz has brought her prime to perfection. If not mistaken, he did say they're trying to squeeze this run in before she goes off to stud.
Yes, I think that's exactly what he said, but I do remember also in the lead up to this race, her last run, you and I were quite keen on her in Ladies Alternate race. I remember Zitzman saying she could just need this. He pointed to this race as the race he was prepping her for. So that all comes together, and whatever we're looking at, it does look as if 6 and 8 are standout runners here.
Well, I can hear Zitz's giggle from here. I just heard him now, and we all know that big man's got a giggle to die for. So there we go. He's confident about a big run about number 8, Soft Touch. The runners and riders are making acquaintance as they leave the parade ring. They're going down. This is the first leg of that first jackpot. They'll jump right in front of the grandstand this afternoon, get those bets on. At this stage, it looks more than likely that the 6, the Nkosana, and number 8, Soft Touch, should be enough for that jackpot. Nico, over to you.
Thanks very much, Neil. And the runners and riders for race 4, start of jackpot 1, are heading out onto the course. The racing today merit-rated 66 handicap over 1,900 metres. Furthest race that we've got here today, the 1,900-metre race. Stipendary stewards have come through to tell me that the horses tested for TCO2 in race 5 are compliant. So that's news about race 5. Race 5 already, the tests have been done. Horses chosen were tested and have all come through with the right levels there. So that's good news. As the runners and riders for race 4, the racing today merit-rated 66 handicap, head out onto the course. Note that the tongue tie goes on number 4, Head Gardener, today. And number 5, San Quintin, races without the cheek pieces. Those are the changes in race number 4. Here's number 1, Exhale, and Richard Faree. Number 2, He Knows, Yusei Ramzan. 3, Josie Mo, Stallone Naidu. 4 is Head Gardner, Loom Kotwa, tongue tie for the first time. 5 is San Quintin, Dennis Schwarz. 6 is the Inkasana, Craig Zaki. 7, Sunlit from Heaven, Chase Moujan. And 8 is Soft Touch, apprentice Niven Nastelli, claims his 4 kilograms. So runners making their way towards the start here, and we're off in just a few minutes, about 7 or so. Let's just quickly update you on the pools news with regard to the pick 6, what that closed on. 666,929 rand, 666,929. The jackpot is 132,150, 132,150. Back to Neil and Nadine.
At the ratings again, similar over a similar trip, and on Polly again. I thought this is it. This horse can really follow up. The yard feel the same and make him a good each way bet. And really, there's nothing wrong with him. Beautiful shine on his coat and went down well. He was actually just eclipsed by the fact that his stable companion went down so much better. Yeah. So there's nothing wrong with number 6 than Kosana, and a similar performance as to what he produced last time out is going to see him be able to follow up, and at least he does have the advantage of pole position draw.
All right, I still like him. I think on paper,
Yes,
the one to beat.
exactly.
Now, Zitz will be happy with number 8, Soft Touch, the daughter of Canford Cliffs, with the apprentice claiming the 4, and that is apprentice Nastilli. No weight on the back at the moment, and last time out the comments, 100% tried very hard.
She certainly did just that, finding just one better that day. As you mentioned, no weight to carry at all. So though she is against male opposition, at handicap terms, the 4 kilos will ensure that she's getting weight from everyone, which is always handy when you go over a little bit of distance. Probably would have liked to see her go down a little bit better. In saying that, she's never been a horse that has caught us on the way to post. And I know that trainer Zietsman Oosthuizen is expecting a decent run, saying she ran a cracker last week, and she will be a big runner again today.
Yeah, if you go back 3 runs, Nadine, when she ran third, less than Harold the Duke.
That's a big run.
That's a proper run. That was an average rating of 65 on that occasion.
Exactly.
The average rating in this race now is a 61. If Soft Touch reproduces that run, watch out, this could possibly win this afternoon.
Yeah, that I can't write her off. I know others went down better, but on form and the weight she's carrying, she really has to be respected.
All right, you know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking because we did earlier on, we did say we're going to banker the 6th in Kusana in our pick 6. For the guys playing a jackpot, maybe consider the numbers we've given you now, 4, 2, 6, 8, in order of them cantering to post, and use that in the first leg of the jackpot, because if the 6 does win, which we think it should win, it's already... A lot of people have taken, but if it gets beaten,
it's going to be by the good mover or another decent form horse.
It could be the good mover, number 4, Head Gardner, which currently is paying R5.60 on the tote. So they are starting to load. Lights are flashing straight in front of us. Nico, your call.
Thanks very much. Agree with you too wholeheartedly on Head Gardner. Stood out ahead of the others here in terms of looks. Looked very well. The Inkasana's going in. Soft Touch. He Knows has moved up. Exhale. Sunlit from Heaven to go forward. Josie Moe. San Quintin. And Head Gardner to complete the lineup at the 1900-meter marker. San Quintin and Head Gardner to come in together. Furthest race of the day here, 1900 meters. All set and away and racing. Good enough start for them with He Knows rushing straight off for the lead. Head Gardner's got a good early posse. Behind that is the Nkosana and Sunlit from Heaven. On the outside of them is Soft Touch, who's racing a little bit wide in those early stages. They followed by Josie Moe. Exhale is about 6-7 lengths off the leader, and San Quintin is the back marker as the runners work their way towards the mile start. And out in front there is He Knows, got to buy just over a length from Head Gardner, who's raced up on the outside into second. The Nkosana's in a very nice position back in third. It's followed by Sunlit from Heaven and Soft Touch, who race together. Further length away then to Exhale has Josie Moe on his outside. And racing at the back is San Quintin. And that's got a good 8 lengths to make up as the runners now start to go away towards the last 1,000 meters, and He Knows by just over a length. Head Gardner still second, and the Nkosana waits in third. Sunlit from Heaven is behind that in that 4th position. On their inside comes Exhale. Further to the outside is Soft Touch, who gives them 4 to 5 lengths start. Josie Moe second to last, and San Quintin's the trailer. The runners come down to the last 600. He Knows on the outside. An effort required from Head Gardner. The Nkosana still travels well in third. Then Sunlit from Heaven. Soft Touch has got 5 lengths to make up. Comes to the outside of the track, and then came Exhale. 420 meters left to go. Out in front is He Knows. The Nkosana has come home stoutly. On the outside is Head Gardner. Then came Sunlit from Heaven and Soft Touches towards their outside, but the Nkosana's hit the front. Has gone about a length and a half clear. He Knows is battling back down the inside. San Quintin runs a big race, but now He Knows is coming right back at the Nkosana. He Knows and the Nkosana, but He Knows got up to win again. He Knows beat home the Nkosana. San Quintin, then came Head Gardner and Sunlit from Heaven. Turn up for the books here as He Knows. Yuse Remsen comes back aboard the Son of Ideal World. When it looked all overs for the Nkosana, did pick up the lead, went about a length and a half clear of the stable companion, who comes right back at the line. And He Knows has gotten up to beat the Inkasana. San Quintin Head Gardner on the outside, no kind of run from Soft Touch. But victory here to number 2, He Knows, for owners Travin Mudley, R.A. Mudley, M. Gwalangwa, O. Naidu, TNI Racing Trust, nominee Mr. S. Naidu, Floyd Tywheel, and Candy Karlovich. I think many of them are in the second horse as well. Third will be San Quintin Head Gardner. Then came Sunlit from Heaven. Soft Touch disappoints today. And further back in the field came Josie Mo, and Exhale has finished at the back end. So that's a look at the run-on for race number 4. Here's a look at the head-on replay. Well, Inkasana travelled very well, went on by He Knows, but look at He Knows rattling back in the closing stages to pick up a second career win from 20 starts. I think it drifted all the way out to somewhere in the region 20-1 and has come home to beat the well-backed favourite, the Inkasana, into that second position. This will make that pick 6 in jackpot pay today, and that's the result of race number 4. On the outside is Head Gardner. Then came Sunlit from Heaven and Soft Touches towards their outside, but the Inkasana's hit the front, has gone about a length and a half clear. He Knows is battling back down the inside. San Quintin runs a big race, but now He Knows is coming right back at the Inkasana. He Knows and the Inkasana, but He Knows got up to win again. He Knows beat
out. And I tell you what, the grooms absolutely love it. So thank you so much. Tell him well done. All right, let's go to the man standing by. And he often arrives at big prices here because he tries his heart out. One of the hardest working jockeys here out at Fairview during the week as well. Nice to have you back in the winner's box, Zay. You obviously didn't hear us, but Nadine and I thought, well, we still joked and said, Smith, 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 the way the horses moved to post. You must have had a good feel going to post on this horse.
Yeah, he went to post like very calm, relaxed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know he's a front runner. And yeah, I just got him to the front and he was just doing it very comfortably, not over racing, not too laid back, but just traveling perfectly. And yeah, I just kept him going around the bend. He felt like he was sort of like getting out of it, but I just had to niggle at him. I just kept him going. And top of the straight, I just I kept him rolling. I saw Craig's horse join me and we just went like head to head together down the lane, and it was very gutsy performance from this horse.
I think so, and take a lot of credit yourself, because I thought, and Nadine also thought, here comes Craig, and the commentator Nico Kritsotis, you could hear the Inkosana was moving up, but you just kept plugging away, but the horse responded, so a lot of guts.
Yeah, a lot of guts from the horse. Yeah, I just want to thank Mr. Smith and the team, Dean, Francie, Andrew, as well done to the owners as well.
All right, well, very well done to you.
Thank you.
All right, that's the man, you say, Ramzan in the winner's box. Here we go, the youngster that's really making inroads here. Dean Smith, nice to have him in the winner's box, and keep your eye on this youngster. They always say that these young millennial guys coming through, etc., haven't got work ethic. Let me tell you, he has work ethic from a youngster coming through. Eats, sleeps and drinks racing day in, day out. He's there 4:45 in the mornings, etc., etc. And I know what's going to happen down the line. One day we're going to see Dean Smith racing on his own. So, yeah, currently an assistant, doing exceptionally well. Thanks very much. I thought your horses, and Nadine thought your horses, really moved well to post. A little bit unlucky. Just want to touch on this with number 4, Head Gardener, with the headband smacking. I mean, the whole way, getting smacked left, right, and left. Keep your eye on the Head Gardener next time out. But your dad and yourself and the team will be happy with first and second.
Yeah, Uncle Neil, good run from all 4, actually. Like you said, Head Gardener, the noseband broke as soon as he jumped. He opened his mouth and the buckle broke. Yeah, he's definitely one to follow for next time. He enjoyed the fitment of the tongue tie, focused a bit harder today. And touching on Hino's good ride, you say, he went a good honest pace, he didn't overdo it. And yeah, he sent it up the straight, he got first run. And good ride, a big well done to the owners.
All right, now any feedback from Craig about the favourite, the second horse?
Yeah, he's just a bit unlucky. He took his time to unwind, and I think last week's run probably took the edge out of him. He sweated up last week, and he sweated up again. Can't complain, very good run, and yeah, he's gonna win some more.
All right, your dad pops out at the sale, gonna put the hand up and buy a couple?
Yeah, hopefully we can get some at the right price Thursday. He's already looked through a couple of the lots, most of them actually. And we're hoping for a good sale. All
right, do people, they can contact your dad direct? Can they just get hold of you guys on a website as well?
Yeah, Facebook, and on our website, our numbers are on there if they want to make contact.
Dean, anything else on the day that you think we must have a few rand on, maybe?
I do like our 2 fillies, Mashavi and Jade's Cabernet. I think the 1,000 will be fine for Mashavi. She shows plenty of pace back at home. And then the 2 boys, Anushka's World and Mr. Bodacious, both runners. Anushka's took his gelding very well, and he'll be a big runner. And then, yeah, a big well done to the owners. Thank you for the support, and thank you to Hollywood.
Tremendous, well said.
Thank you.
There we go. Up and coming, Dean Smith. Watch this space, he's going places, I'm telling you that much. But well done to the entire team from the Gavin Smith stable, and they had a good result in this race. Still got a couple of races to go. Don't forget, you've still got a chance to dance.
All set and away and racing. Good enough start for them with He Knows rushing straight off for the lead. Head Gardener's got a good early posse. Behind that is then Kasana and Sunlit from Heaven. On the outside of them is Soft Touch, who's racing a little bit wide in those early stages. They're followed by Josie Mo. Exhale is about 6-7 lengths off the leader, and San Quintin is the back marker as the runners work their way towards the mile start. And out in front there is He Knows. He's got to buy just over a length from Head Gardener, who's raced up on the outside into second. The Inkasana's in a very nice position back in third. It's followed by Sunlit from Heaven and Soft Touch, who race together. Further length away then to Exhale has Josie Mo on his outside. And racing at the back is San Quintin. And that's got a good 8 lengths to make up as the runners now start to go away towards the last 1,000 metres. And he knows by just over a length. Head Gardner still second, and the Nkosana waits in third. Sunlit from Heaven is behind that in that 4th position. On their inside comes Exhale. Further to the outside is Soft Touch, who gives them 4 to 5 lengths start. Josie Mo second to last, and San Quentin's the trailer. The runners come down to the last 600. He knows on the outside an effort required from Head Gardner. The Nkosana still travels well in third. Then Sunlit from Heaven, Soft Touch has got 5 lengths to make up, comes to the outside of the track, and then came Exhale. 420 metres left to go. Out in front as He Knows, the Nkosana has come home stoutly. On the outside is Head Gardner. Then came Sunlit from Heaven and Soft Touches towards their outside, but the Nkosana has hit the front, has gone about 1.5 lengths clear. He Knows is battling back down the inside. San Quentin runs a big race, but now He Knows is coming right back at the Nkosana. He Knows and the Nkosana, but He Knows got up to win again. He Knows beat Sana, has come home stoutly. On the outside is Head Gardner. Then came Sunlit from Heaven and Soft Touches towards their outside, but the Nkosana has hit the front, has gone about 1.5 lengths clear. He Knows is battling back down the inside. San Quentin runs a big race, but now He Knows is coming right back at the Nkosana. He Knows and the Nkosana, but He Knows got up to win again. He Knows beat... Number 2, Miss Shivey Loom Kotwa, going by the lead pony. 3 is Jade's Cabernet, Craig Zaki. And the final runner, number 7, Global Goddess, Nevan Nastili, claims 4 kilograms. As we mentioned, the scratching is number 1, Holly's View. Jackpot pool is on 91,000 rand. The jackpot 2 pool, 91,000. The jackpot 1 pool, 276,216 rand. 276,216. As we go back for the preview now of race 5, the race going off in approximately 2 minutes.
First leg of the second jackpot, race 5, jumping at 10 to 3, and it is a fillies and mares 66 handicap over the 1,000-meter trip. We actually saw quite a few horses move down quite competently, of which possibly numbers 3, Jade's Cabernet, and 5, Bretty, topped the log, but number 4, the Lady Love, also moved to post well enough. Now, let's start in the very beginning with number 3, and that is Jade's Cabernet. Oh, just to let you know, horses will be touching on form-wise as Miss Shivey, number 2, and Global Goddess, number 7 as well. But we're going to start with number 3, and that's Jade's Cabernet. She may have missed the hat-trick last time out, but she held form last time out as well, running 4th behind Hildelita. And the yard said that she just found the pace a little bit too hot, and they actually think she can bounce right back and have an each-way shout here.
Yeah, I remember when we tipped her when she won the first one of the double on that occasion. On the way she moved to post, then she moved just as well. She won again, and last time out she moved okay to post, but yep, they said the pace was too fast, etc., etc. We can't fault the runner number 3, Jade's Cabernet. On the way it went to post was definitely for me one of the top 2 movers going to post, and Jade's Cabernet must have claims here.
She's got really consistent distance and course and distance stats. She's in good form. She's drawn well. Her and Craig Zaki certainly. Now, number 5, Bretty, she's got more to do today because she's having her first run out the maidens, and she's doing so taking on older. She's a 2-year-old daughter of Horizon, but we know it's the right time of year for the 2-year-olds to get this right, and there was a lot to like about her course and distance win last time out.
Yeah, look, on paper it won't be easy, but I can tell you this, Cliffy Miller, Bretty, the daughter of Horizon, was for me the pick of the parade ring. Kept finding me time and time again, and for me possibly the pick going to post. Now, Bretty... I said to Nadine, I didn't have Bretty in my pick 6, and you said, it doesn't matter, you're out already. so that didn't really help. Thanks, Nadine.
I called it the silver lining. You don't have to stress.
But anyway, Bretty, for me, a worthy mention here. If you're playing this jackpot and you want to put it in, I don't often go with the juveniles in this sort of company, but yeah, Bretty for me, pick of the parade ring, and almost the best mover.
Number 4, the Lady Love, went down competently as well. Everything went wrong for her last time out behind Jade's Cabernet, wide for a good deal of the race, and very difficult, over racing and awkward. She comes in with a better draw, and although they put the blinkers on, which may be considered a bit odd considering she over raced last time, she cuts back in trips, and I'm wondering if they're going to really use her speed and make this a quick race. I think whatever the case, she can get closer if things go her way, and as you pointed out, bet off at the weights.
Yeah, she gets a kilo from Jade's Cabernet, and that could suffice. It could be good enough as well. A runner that must go into your jackpot if you're playing a jackpot, not going to have it all her own way. It has been some time, 319 days since that last win as well. So I don't know. I don't know if she'll win, but I think you've got to put it into your jackpot.
Number 2, Miss Shivey. Now, we can't rate her on the way she moved to post because she went down hacked with a lead pony. Louis Mqotwa rides and just barely touched off last time out. I think that form speaks for itself.
Yeah, look to win over the 1300, trying front-running tactics on that occasion, comes back to the 1,000-meter trip. So when I studied form, Nadine, I thought, oh, they're going to ping the gates. Louis is going to, nice strong jockey. He's going to make every post a winning one. And then we heard Louis say a little bit earlier on,
he was
Neil,
concerned.
he said, I'm concerned that we're back into 1,000. So it hasn't thrown me off. But Miss Shivey was in my all-to-comes, everything as my first
was
selection.
my first choice, and now I have decided to go a little bit wider. After hearing from Louis.
Nadine, in the previous race, that jackpot, the first leg of the first jackpot, we actually gave the horses, we said don't bank her, and we included the horse that paid quite a bit on the tote. What do we do for the guys do they take all the runners we've given? Do we go with the ones that went to post, 2, 4, 5, or what do we do? Or do we not? I mean, 3, 4, 5.
Definitely, I definitely got to say that you've got to include 2 on form, 3 on form, 4 on form, and 5 on looks.
Yeah.
So I think that we're going to have to unfortunately advocate that, because I would have been quite upbeat about Miss Shivey, but it does concern me that the jockey who rode her last time out is worried about cutting back and trip. And if you then have to look further, I think all 3 of those horses deserve recognition.
I'm looking at the selection on screen. I know they went out the big 6 on the jackpots earlier, but maybe if you're playing that one that is on screen, just add the 5 maybe to the selections, because I see it's not there and it hasn't gone according to plan.
They do have number 7, and Neil, that's a horse that you rated on paper as well.
Yeah, number 7 is Global Goddess, and at the weights, if you look at the collateral form line, I've marked it on 3 different occasions here. Actually holds a couple of runners. Apprentice Nastidi rode it 2 runs back, finished just under length behind Jade's Cabernet. With the Apprentice claim again this afternoon, watch out, should also be there or thereabouts. So on paper, originally, was one of my runners.
They are loading for the first leg of the second jackpot.
Runners going forward at the 1,000-meter marker. Full of Magic is the first one to go in. Mediterranean Goddess. Bretty faces up. Jade's Cabernet. Global Goddess, the Lady Love, Miss Shivey to come in. Start of the second jackpot out here at Fairview. Jade's Cabernet, Global Goddess, and the Lady Love, and Miss Shivey will complete the lineup. They've got 1,000 meters to sprint. We're all set to go. And sprinting away with the Lady Love being awkward at the start, not getting away too well. Mediterranean Goddess, the early leader, Full of Magic on the outside, shows pace, and Miss Shivey is just behind the leading line. Bretty is behind that, racing with Jade's Cabernet. They 4 lengths off the leader. Global Goddess is racing second last, and the Lady Love will be the trailer as they go quickly down to the last 500 meters. And out there in front is Mediterranean Goddess, has gone 2 lengths clear here of racing in second, Full of Magic. A further 2 lengths away to Miss Shivey in third, then Jade's Cabernet. The Lady Love is down the inside, 5-6 to go. That's followed by Bretty and Global Goddess. 250 to go, and Full of Magic has moved up on the outside of Mediterranean Goddess, picked up the lead. Miss Shivey is back towards their inside, also moving strongly, and Jade's Cabernet is all over them now. Here comes Jade's Cabernet at Miss Shivey. Jade's Cabernet gonna get up late. Jade's Cabernet, good ride. Beat Miss Shivey, Full of Magic, then came Mediterranean Goddess, the Lady Love, Global Goddess, and Bretty. Jade's Cabernet, the colours of the Hollywood Syndicate. If I'm not mistaken, this was the horse that gave him that record number of winners and earned the commentators a few rand that day. Craig Zaki riding for Gavin Smith, beating her Miss Shivey, the stable companion under Louis Mqotwa. They two go down to the line together. Full of Magic has run a decent race back in third, and Mediterranean Goddess not beaten too far off them, only beaten 2 lengths into that 4th position, but a good win by Jade's Cabernet.
over the fast.
Away with the Lady Love being awkward at the start, not getting away too well. Mediterranean Goddess, the early leader, full of magic on the outside, shows pace, and Miss Shivey is just behind the leading line. Bretty is behind that, racing with Jade's Cabernet. They 4 lengths off the leader. Global Goddess is racing second last, and the Lady Love will be the trailer as they go quickly down to the last 500 meters. And out there in front is Mediterranean Goddess, has gone 2 lengths clear here of racing in second, Full of Magic. A further 2 lengths away to Miss Shivey in third, then Jade's Cabernet. The Lady Love is down the inside, 5-6 to go. That's followed by Bretty and Global Goddess. 250 to go, and Full of Magic has moved up on the outside of Mediterranean Goddess, picked up the lead. Miss Shivey is back towards their inside, also moving strongly, and Jade's Cabernet is all over them now. Here comes Jade's Cabernet, Miss Shivey. Jade's Cabernet, got to get up late. Jade's Cabernet, good ride. Beat Miss Shivey's. 250 to go, and Full of Magic has moved up on the outside of Mediterranean Goddess, picked up the lead. Miss Shivey is back towards their inside, also moving strongly, and Jade's Cabernet is all over them now. Here comes Jade's Cabernet, Miss Shivey. Jade's Cabernet, got to get up late. Jade's Cabernet, good ride. Beat Miss Shivey.
being left behind as they come back towards the final furlong.
Into my selections as pick of the parade ring.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there, Neil. He is looking outstanding. So let's see what he can do. We've watched the Greef runners throughout the afternoon. They tend to move up to a point, and then they're just lacking that finish. But Marquez, he couldn't possibly look any better. Let's hope he can swing the fortunes. Number 2 is a scratching, so on to the horse that walks behind Marquez, and that is number 3, Notarix. He's been thereabouts in his recent starts. He's a fan of course and distance, and we heard from Louis McCartwell a little bit earlier in the day. He's happy to be reunited with him, having ridden him once previously for the win. The yard say that he's really working well, as in he's turned a corner and his work of late has improved, and they are excited and expecting a decent run.
All right, that's the 3. Then we're going to go to number 4. Now, he also catches the eye in the parade ring, Nadine. He's walking with the pony. Well, I'm not sure if he's with him. The pony's leading him by quite some way, but he's been trotting around. He's full of beans. He's got an extremely strong hindquarter as well, and he's a typical Gavin Smith individual. He's still a juvenile, though.
Yeah, he still is. He's bordering on over the top for me, so I'm hoping he reins it in a bit. Number 5 is Seattle Ripper. Fair run last time out. The draw is a bit of a concern, but he is getting closer with each run.
The nodding of the head there is number 6, Mr. Bodacious, and he's also from the Gavin Smith stable, a son of Verson Getrix. Apprentice Nervinus steady claims a fall this afternoon. Decent draw, gate 5, and he's bet off at the weights, and they do give him an each way chance, the 6, so there could be a little bit of value. It's about 4-1, 9-2 at the moment.
Number 7, Cruisador, is another Smith inmate, never disgraces himself. It has been a while since his last win, but he's got pole position draw and could find quartets.
Jumping aboard number 8 there is Stallone Naidu. That is Raptor Island for the Kelly Mitchley stable. The last 7 runs have been on the turf, back today on the poly, and this horse does have a lot of gate speed and early speed. Watch out.
Apprentice Alabdul Malik rides number 10, Here Comes the Rain, and the 6-year-old will be making his local debut for Montana Turner. No weight on his back, and Montana hoping for a positive run. Jockeys and horses are out on track.
Yes, the 6th race of the day, final opportunity of getting that pick 3 on. Here goes number 1, Marquez down with Richard Ferree. Scratched in race 6 or 2, Swiss Walt and 9, Russian Empire. So 8 runners go to the post over here. Tongue tie fitted to number 4, Anushka's World, who has been gelded after his last run. The testing for TCO2 has been done for race 7, and all the horses tested are compliant for TCO2. For the next race, race 7, testing's just come through as all clear. Balance of the field for race 6 are going by. Here's number 5, Seattle Ripper. Sandile Kati had a winner on the card earlier. Did Sandile. Number 8 is Raptor Island, Stallone Naidu. Number 7, Cruisador, Yuse Ramsden. Also had a winner on the card. 6, Mr. Bodacious, Apprentice Nastilli, claims 4 kilograms. 3, Notarix, Louis Nkotwa. Here's Anushka's World, the 2-year-old, number 4, Craig Zaki. Tongue tie fitted today. And the last horse will be number 10, Here Comes the Rain, Apprentice Muhammad Al Abdul Malik. Claims only 3 of his 4 kilos allowance, is +1. We're looking again at Anushka's World. Going by with the lead pony here. And the last horse will be Here Comes the Rain, number 10. And those are your runners and riders for race 6. It's due off at 15:35, so not long to bet. In fact, just having a look, there's still 10 minutes, so 10 minutes left until the start of race number 6 for the www.soccer6.co.za merit rated 68 handicap. Nice good look here at Anushka's World, who's racing an open company as he did last time out. He got touched off an open company last time out. He's back in the same company today, similar company. Here Comes the Rain, and Apprentice Muhammad Al Abdul Malik. Those are the runners and riders for race 6. Let's go back to Nadine and Neil to take us through their selections. So starters calling the roll down there at the 1,000 metre marker. They're going forward. Mr. Bodacious, Cruisador with the first two to load. Here's Notarix, Marquez. Marquez going up. Notarix, Seattle Ripper. Raptor Island to go forward. Anushka's World. And Here Comes the Rain will be the last ones. Raptor Island. Anushka's World and Here Comes the Rain will be the last two. Working on Anushka's World. Anushka's World to go forward. Here Comes the Rain will be the last one. 1,000 to sprint. All in. Ready. And racing away from that 1,000 metre mark, and they got away to a good start. Notarix jumped away first. Anushka's World on the outside is right there with Mr. Bodacious in a handy spot. Cruisador is up along the inside with Raptor Island outside of those. Then Marquez. Seattle Rippers racing second to last, and Here Comes the Rain, the trailer. There's 6-7 lengths covering them from first to last as they race down into the last 600. Notarix the leader, but just over a length clear. Mr. Bodacious is second. Cruisador up along the inside is third. Then Kamenushka's World wider out. Seattle Ripper. Then Raptor Island. Marquez got 6 to go. Behind that, Here Comes the Rain. 350 to go. It's Notarix out there in front from Mr. Bodacious. Cruisador's up along the inside. Then came Seattle Ripper. Further back to Raptor Island. 200 to go. Notarix by a couple. Down the inside. Cruisador's launching the attack. Behind that is Mr. Bodacious. It's Notarix out in front from Cruisador as they run down to the line. Notarix is going to keep running under a strong ride. Notarix beat Cruisador. Third placing will go to Mr. Bodacious, close for fourth, Anushka's World or Seattle Ripper. Welcome return to the winners' enclosure for Jean Nel. He's definitely deserved the stable. Is NJ Double or Double, Mr. A. Ernson and Mr. Jean Nel. Loom Koto with a strong ride. He gave it to everyone earlier on. And 9 to 2 is the price this morning. Notarix has come home ahead of Cruisador in second. Third to Mr. Bodacious. Gets tight for fourth between Seattle Ripper and Anushka's World. But Seattle Ripper, I think, stays on for fourth ahead of Anushka's World. Here Comes the Rain. Finished further back. And then came behind those Raptor Island and Marquez. Let's have a look at the head-on replay. Well, Cruisador threw the challenge out to Notarix, but Notarix was having none of it today. And Loom Kotwa, 2 from 2 aboard the son of Vercingetorix. Well done to the winning breeders. Millstream Farm, that's Jan Mantel. And as I said, well done to the winning connections as well, specifically to Jean Nel, who's got a part ownership here and who trains this horse for the connections. Strong ride. Notarix start to finish. Good value bet. Wins race 6. And returning to the winners' enclosure for race 6 is number 3, No Trick. Strong ride by Luim Kotwa for the Jean Nelia. This is owned by Mr. D and Mrs. L. Peterson, Mrs. N.J. Duble, A. Ernson, and J.P. Nell. 5th career win from 34 outings. Bred by the Millstream Farm, was an inexpensive purchase at only 20,000 Rand back in 2022. He's a son of Vercingetrix out of the Captain Elmer Strike First. Will provide Luim Koto with his 2nd winner of the afternoon at the meeting. Well done to Jean Nell. Welcome winner for the stable. Here comes the rain. 3:50 to go. It's No Tricks out there in front from Mr. Bodacious. Cruiser Doors up along the inside. Then came Seattle Ripper. Further back to Raptor Island. 200 to go. No Tricks by a couple. Down the inside. Cruiser Doors launching the attack. Behind that is Mr. Bodacious. It's No Tricks out in front. From Cruiser Doors, they run down to the line. No Tricks is going to keep running under a strong ride. No Tricks beat Cruiser. in front from Mr. Bodacious. Cruisadors up along the inside. Then came Seattle Ripper. Further back to Raptor Island. 200 to go. Notrix by a couple. Down the inside. Cruisadors launching the attack. Behind that is Mr. Bodacious. It's Notrix out in front from Cruisadors. They run down to the line. Notrix is going to keep running under a strong ride. Notrix beat Cruiser Rain. 350 to go. It's Notrix out there in front from Mr. Bodacious. Cruisadors up along the inside. Then came Seattle Ripper. Further back to Raptor Island. 200 to go. Notrix by a couple. Down the inside. Cruisadors launching the attack. Behind that is Mr. Bodacious. It's Notrix out in front from Cruisadors. They run down to the line. Notrix is going to keep running under a strong ride. Notrix beat Cruiser.
race 7, the Racehorse Owners Association merit-rated 68 handicap racing over the 1,300-meter trip. Number 1, American Dream, is a scratching, so leading them around the parade ring is number 2, Lieutenant Alexander. Now, this fellow is an inmate of the Cliffy Miller Yard. He's a gelding by Global View, and last time out, freshened up, he ran a hugely improved race. We'll have to keep an eye on him. He does run his best races when keeping his cool. In saying that, he's nice and relaxed at the moment, and off the back of a good third last time out, he could find Quartet's game.
Number 3 is Golden Link from the Sharon Kotzen stable, a winner of its last start, and he won very impressively on that occasion. He is a juvenile, a son of Gold Standard. He's still a colt. That's Louis throwing the leg over there, looking for his third winner this afternoon. Louis looks well, and so too does Golden Link.
He looks very well. Number 4, Sigioka, takes on male opposition. She was a bit disappointing last time out, and she's going to have to pick her feet up to make the boys run here.
There we go in the Dr. Schechter Silks, and that is number 5, Arturo. That is Richard Ferrier aboard. And I know Richard's got a soft spot for this individual as well. Looking for a much improved effort this afternoon in the winner's box. Now, this horse has got form, but I'm just saying we're looking to find that Krief runner back in the winner's box.
Let's hope they can turn it. Number 6, Pashton Wali's never far back. He'll enjoy the claim 4 here. Perhaps a minor place chance.
Number 7 is Benelong Point, not without a chance here from the Gavin Smith stable. Craig Zaki in the irons has the benefit of the plum draw against the rail. Definite claims on his recent form.
And number 8, Mr. Whistle, make his way out of the ring last at the moment. He's battling to find form since leaving the maidens and would be a surprise winner.
Your attention, please, runners, for race 7. The Racehorse Owners Association merit-rated 68 handicap over 1,300 metres are leaving the parade ring. 7 runners with a scratching of number 1, American Dream. Stake value here, 76,000 rand. Number 8, Mr. Whistle, will race without the compression mask on today. Chase Morjean rides +1 on Mr. Whistle, number 8. Final leg of Jackpot 1, and the final opportunity of getting a double on for today's Fairview meeting. 2 is Lieutenant Alexander, Marco van Rensburg, followed out by 3, Golden Link, Louis Kotwa. 4, Sijorka, Kendall Mini. 5 is Arturo, Richard Ferree. 6, Pashtun Wali, Apprentice Mohammed Al Abdul Malik, claims 4 kilograms on Pashtun Wali. 7 is Benelong Point, Craig Zaki. Last horse to come out will be number 8, Mr. Whistle. Chase Morjean rides +1, and as we said, take the compression mask off. Just heard from the Stipes that the TCO2 testing has come out all clear today, so all the horses tested for TCO2 in race 8 are compliant, and that'll bring a clean record for the whole day here in the Eastern Cape. Well done to all concerned. Right, so runners for race 7 are about to canter by to the 1,300-metre marker. Here goes Benelong Point, number 7, Craig Zaki. Number 3, Golden Link. 5 is Arturo. 6 is Pashtun Wali. 2, Lieutenant Alexander. 4 is Sijorka, filly. Kendall Mini rides, and 8, Mr. Whistle and Chase Morjean. Those are the runners and riders. The race going off at 4:05, so we're approximately 5 minutes away from race time.
Race 7 is the penultimate on the card, racing over the 1,300-meter trip. Number 1, American Dream, is a scratching, so we've just watched 7 horses make their way to post. As far as movers are concerned, there was one standout in the way of number 2, Lieutenant Alexander from the Cliffy Miller yard, who went down very, very well under Marco van Rensburg. He is now the top weight in the lineup, but definitely looked good making his way to post. Another good mover is the Alan Creef trained number 5, Arturo. The Duke of Marmalade gelding looked in good nick this afternoon. The yard has got to get that form to turn though. Numbers 3, Golden Link, and 7, a Benelong Point, are definitely horses to consider on form. Neil, Lieutenant Alexander, Nick caught up with us, or I caught up with Nick earlier in the week, and he said this horse is very well. He is their best runner on the day.
Oh, wow.
He has a good draw. This is the right race. He's just got to behave. And touch wood, he was very calm in the parade ring, and he went down well and definitely not over the top.
No, he went down the best.
Yeah.
He really moved the best from the entire field here for race 7 this afternoon. And as we were both saying how well he moved, I quickly went on to see.
Yeah.
Currently, he went out from 9-1 to 16-1 at the moment.
Wow.
That's a lot of value.
That is a lot of value.
Yeah.
Yes.
Lieutenant Alexander at 16-1. No, this horse has won at 40-1 previously. Now, on that occasion, he went from 16-1 to 40-1, and he won. It was on the poly as well. Don't leave this out in any of your bets. Best mover by quite some way, in my opinion.
And Nick says if calm and relaxed, he will be right on top of them. And yeah, certainly looking very calm and relaxed at this point. So let's hope it all goes well for Lieutenant Alexander. Number 5, Arturo, caught way too far back last time out. And on that occasion, he ran on very, very well late. I actually thought that he was a bit unlucky that day. There's a few with chances here. And let's get to the nitty-gritty of the problem. I think his biggest concern is how is he going to handle racing today, because his stablemates have battled a bit today.
They have, and yeah, we had feedback a little bit early on in the previous race with the horse that moved so well.
Yeah.
Things didn't go according to plan there, and yeah, so unfortunately that happens.
Yeah, well, just to let the public know, we did really fancy him, and unfortunately he suffered from bilateral epistaxis. That's Marquez. It has come
Quite
back.
severely.
Quite, yeah. So, yeah, he definitely had valid reason for not finishing his race off.
Yeah. Now, Arturo, the son of Duke of Marmalade, he's still a colt. He moved very well to post as well. I know that he's running second, first, second, and I know we were chatting to Nico early on, and he said this is basically, he thought, Alan's best chance on the day.
Yeah.
So Arturo will have its followers, and it was almost second best mover to post.
Number 3, Golden Link. Now, for me, he was he was the standout in the parade ring. He does take on older here, having his post-maiden run, so without a doubt, everything has been stepped up. He's got to step up now, but he's at the right point in time to do it, and receiving the 9-kilo weight for age allowance. So this is, guys, a runner for me.
Yeah, he's a runner on paper. I'd like to see him have sort of stretched more to post.
Yes,
he moved okay. I don't really recall how he moves, but I'm sure that to have the form that he's got the ability, and I'm hoping that that will rise to the occasion here. He's respected in the market. Louis rides him today, and he's got to have a squeak of a chance.
Yeah, would have liked to see him move better, as well as number 7, Ben
2
Long
runners
Point. They
left
are
alone.
loading.
Just Pashton Wali and Sijorka will be the last one. 1,300 meters, all set to race. And away they go. Sijorka just slightly slow at the jump over there. Lieutenant Alexander was quickly away. Arturo's close up today, lying in second early on, with Benelong Point up along the inside. Then came Pashton Wali, who's passing runners. Mr. Whistle behind those. Golden Link and Sijorka. About 5 or 6 lengths will cover the runners now as they work their way down towards the last 800 meters. Lieutenant Alexander's out in front ahead of the stable companion Pashton Wali. The distance between them about 1.5 lengths. Back in third is Benelong Point. Arturo is back in that 4th position. 2 lengths away to Mr. Whistle, and Golden Link and Sijorka will be the trailer, racing about 7 or 8 lengths off the leader. Horses come down to the last 500 meters. Lieutenant Alexander's the leader by a length or so from Pashton Wali. Arturo's towards the outside with Golden Link. Down the inside, Benelong Point. Then came Sijorka. Further back in the field then was Mr. Whistle. But it's still Lieutenant Alexander. 300 meters left to go. In front here, down the inside, Sijorka's running a cracker. Towards the outside, Golden Link running on with Pashton Wali. Sijorka, Pashton Wali is coming home strongly. And Pashton Wali went on to win it. From in second, Golden Link. 3rd place to Lieutenant Alexander, and 4th to Sijorka. No sign of Arturo. Arturo, very disappointing, and something definitely not right in that Creative Yard. They're not running to form, and let's not harp on it because it is a tough time for the stable now. Their fourth winner at this stage without a winner, fourth meeting without a winner, but it's going to go the way of Pashtun Wali for Cliffy Miller. Winning owner and trainer on the outside is Golden Link, who runs on nicely, the baby in the race, the 2-year-old in open company. And good run for the Cliffy Miller runner back in third as well. Lieutenant Alexander Sijorka loomed up a danger down the inside and runs back into that fourth position. But it's a good win for Mohammed Al Abdul Malik, winner on the card in his first meeting to Fairview today. He's the son of Rafif Pashtun Wali out of the Silvano Mare Home Safe. And this was bred by Mutan's Hook, owned by Cliffy Miller and Heather Reddy. Pashtun Wali has come home strongly, much to the delight of our visiting rider, Qatari-based Mohammed Al Abdul Malik. So it's going to be Pashtun Wali beating home Golden Link in second. Third will go to Lieutenant Alexander, and Sijorka will complete the quartet placings here. And returning back to the winners in closure for race 7 is number 6, Pashtun Wali. It's a winner at Fairview for Mohammed Al Abdul Malik, visiting rider from Qatar. And all thanks as well to Rocky Agrella, who brought the Appies up from KwaZulu-Natal. Take a feather in his cap, will Rocky Agrella, with this one too. Well done to the connections of Pashtun Wali. It's owned by Cliffy Miller and Heather Reddy. Trained by Cliffy Miller and Nicholas Paddock. And bred by the Mutan's Stud Farm. It was 100,000 rand buy. This is now his fourth win from 33 outings. He's a 5-year-old bay gelding by Rafif out of the Silvano Mare Home Safe. Here is apprentice Mohammed Al Abdul Malik with the winner on Pashtun Wali. Comes through best of all for the Cliffy Miller yard. That's the running of race 7. One more to go.
really strong pieces of form. Extreme left, but only around 3, maybe 4 lengths would cover the 9 runners as they come. James McHenry, Dutch Decoy trying to close on the right. Chuzzlewit and Londoner behind them. Expert Choice being stoked up by Hardy. Then Hiramichi and Pisanello as Aragon Castle has found a bit extra. A furlong and a half from home leads by a length to James McHenry. Back in third, Dutch Decoy, Bubbles Wonky. Far side trying to keep on his Londoner. Then Pisanello into the closing stages. Aragon Castle still there. Still finding for Buick. James McHenry in second. Trying to close, but he's running around under pressure. And Aragon Castle will make all to win the Almada Mile. In second position was James McHenry. Pisanello closed from the back to be third. Then Bubbles Wonky.
filly by William Longsword, modest local debut. The yards say that they've changed a few things, much better is expected.
What else do we have to talk about? I think that's about it. I think let's leave it there for the final event this afternoon. That's race 8 on the card. The runners, riders, they've all settling up here and they're on their way out for the lucky last out at Fairview. It still gives you a chance to get back your money or to show that profit. And we're going to wait for commentator Nico Kritsiotis when the horses get onto the course proper. He'll call them as they canter to post.
Yeah, thanks very much, Neil. Thanks, Nadine. A great pleasure to have been down here in Gqeberha again. Racing taking place here on Friday, the 5th of July, the day before the Hollywood Bets Durban July. Nakib Munshi will be back with you here in the province on Friday. Runners for race 8 about to go to the start. No scratchings in the field of 11. For this fillies and mares 70 handicap for 81,000 rand over 1,300 metres. Tongue tie fitted to number 9 Fairy Trip. On the track is 10 Angels C. Mohammed Al Abdul Malik claims 4. 1 Duolona Louis Mkotwa. 3 is Miami Beach Dennis Schwartz. 7 Catch Your Breath Kendall Mini going by as Duolona number 1. A little bit strong on the way to the start is Duolona. 5 Q the Rebel Chase Morjan. 9 is Fairy Trip Stallone Naidu. Here's number 10 Angel C going to the start. Back to the parade, we've got number 6 Call to Glory, Richard Faree. Yeah, cantering past is number 3 Miami Beach Dennis Schwartz. 9 is Fairy Trip Stallone Naidu. 7 is Catch Your Breath and Kendall Mini. Quite a bit around there is number 7. 4 Can't Say No Charles and Ndlovu. 1 on the source twice already is Charles. 2 is Demigod Apprentice Abdullah Al Mansuri. 11 Sea of Tears Sandela Kati. 5 is Q the Rebel Chase Morjan. Here is number 8, Empress of Normandy with the lead pony. Craig Zaki rides Empress of Normandy. And the last runner to go by will be number 6, Call to Glory and Richard Faree. That'll be your field end for the final race. They're due off at 16:35. So according to the clock I've got, it's 6 minutes away from race time for the final 8th race today. Here's the last horse to go by, Call to Glory. Back to Neil and Nadine.
unbeaten in 4 starts, finishing 4th. So for me, I know that she probably, the pick of the yard is the horse we're going to touch on next, number 6, Call to Glory. But for me, I actually placed a form-wise number 4 as a bigger runner.
Okay. Well, let's go to number 6, Call to Glory, from the same yard. And Richard rides. He's got the pick. Loved the Polly last time out. Won so easily, beating King of Queen. But that today ran unplaced.
Yeah, she beat King of Queen. I know he ran unplaced, but to do it as she likes, taking on male opposition, 2 1/4 lengths ahead of him, I think there's still a lot of merit to that win. And she led the field a merry dance that day over a similar trip on Polly. Post-maiden, so again up in class, but back to same-sex company here. We're going to have to see how she goes. I know something that may worry you is that it's second run after quite a lengthy break.
Yeah, you found that spot on. Let's now go to runners where I think the value lies, and that's from the Montana Turner stable. Numbers 2, 5, and 10. Number 2 and 10 is with Montana. Number 2, Demigod, for me, a runner that must have each way claims here. Drawn a little bit wide, and we heard Montana say that if the draw's a bit of a concern, she'd like it the other way around with the other runner. But I liked what I saw here, and the apprentice, he's gonna be flying.
He definitely is. Now, Demigod, what I love about her is that steady improvement that she's shown with each run of late. She's working her way back to best. As mentioned, draw a concern, but very well suited to course and distance. Undoubtedly at her best on the surface. 4 wins, all 4 coming on the Polly. And Montana saying that she's really showing phenomenal work back home. I think she's in a good space here.
Number 5, Q the Rebel, the only runner for the Tara Lang stable. And that stable has also turned the corner and is doing exceptionally well. This went down, although it turned its head sideways. Look at the distance it covers with its front legs. Must be a massive runner here.
Yeah, I think her head was just bent slightly to the left because jockey Chase Mojan was just trying to make sure she didn't get away from him.
Yeah.
A decent local debut, I thought, because she was expected to need the run, but she still actually did her best work late to finish 5th behind Hildelita. For me, that was a very positive run on our local Polly, a surface that she has previously won on. She's got the draw to her favour here, and with the yard saying she's definitely a runner, including all exotics, and her looking good and well in herself, I think she'll be in the action.
Now we get to Montana's other runner, and that's number 10, Angel C, the daughter of VAR. Looked well, and what can we say about the youngster he rode so well in the previous race as well. Drawn to you this afternoon, does meet stronger, but with that low weight on the back and a very fit horse. What you see moving to post, that is Angel C. That's what she does.
I think what Montana says is probably unlikely to use the draw, but she will be running on late, and with that claim she can definitely get a look in here. So Montana could have a very interesting race on her hands here.
Let's cross over to final call.
Thanks very much. Race time, and they are loading up for the final event here over 1,300 metres. Turned out to be a very pleasant afternoon weather-wise after starting off a bit shaky. Angel C's going forward. Empress of Normandy the next one. Fairy Trip. Q the Rebel to go in. Can't Say No. Demigod. Duolone and Call to Glory will be the last ones. Down at the 1,300 metre marker, Call to Glory and Duolone to complete the line. Final race here at Fairview. We're just about ready. All set. And away they go. Angel C, Catch Your Breath, and Fairy Trip were the 3 slowest away. But Call to Glory got an alert start as the one showing the pace in the early stages, from Duolone up second, Empress of Normandy a close-up third. Then came Miami Beach in 4th position. They followed by Q, the Rebel, in behind that Can't Say No and Angel C. Further back to Sea of Tears, who races towards the rear with Catch Your Breath racing further back in the field. That's got about 8 or 9 lengths to make up. And right at the back is Demigod. As the runners work their way now through towards the 800, and Duolone has picked it up 2.5 lengths clear. Arvin second, Call to Glory. Empress of Normandy third, then Miami Beach. On the outside of runners, we've got Can't Say No. Then came Q the Rebel. Demigod's got a bit closer. Fairy Trip behind that. Catch Your Breath. Angel C is behind those with Sea of Tears. Homeward bound. 400 metres left to go. Duolone is tackled up front by Call to Glory. Angel C is right down the inside. In behind those came Miami Beach. Towards the outside is Can't Say No. In front is still Duolone. Call to Glory's up along the inside, tries hard. Call to Glory. Richard Ferree for Alan Creff. They back in business. Call to Glory went away by 3 from Duolona. Third to Catch Your Breath, and Angel C was fourth, then Miami Beach. Alan Creff, you can breathe again. 50 runners without a winner. And here it is. Call to Glory has broken the duck for Richard Ferree. A relieved Richard Ferree, I'm sure. And Alan Creff, the colours of Maritzfontein Pty Limited. Well done to Jessica Gell, who also bred the daughter of Kingman out of their very good race mare, Smart Call. And Call to Glory goes away by 3 lengths here from Duolona. Third was close. Catch Your Breath or Angel C. I called Catch Your Breath, but it's close. That's a photo. Miami Beach was behind those. Can't Say No ran further back. I look at the head-on replay. Well, it was certainly not going to last forever. I mean, it was going to be 4 meetings without a winner for champion trainer Alan Creff. And I suppose a lot of people are relieved after this one. Call to Glory has won it comfortably. The favourite goes away from Duolona in the end. Nice run, Angel C, involved in a photo with Catch Your Breath. Wait for the judges' numbers for 3rd and 4th there. And Miami Beach ran back in 5th position. Well done, Jessica Gell and the whole team out at Maritzfontein as the daughter of Kingman goes back-to-back here in the Eastern Cape under determined ride this time from Richard Ferree. From the commentary box, there's more racing to look forward to tomorrow down in the Western Cape, and then we'll be back at the Vaal on Thursday. Thanks for joining us. Back to the studio. And returning back to the winners' enclosure after having 50 runners from the Creff Yard without a winner. Here comes Call to Glory, winning the final race of the day under Richard Ferree. Kicked away comfortably to win it by 3 lengths. Call to Glory is a 4-year-old bay filly by Kingman out of the Ideal World mare Smart Call, bred by Maritzfontein Stud, owned by Maritzfontein Stud. Maritzfontein Pty Limited nominee Jessica Gell. Second will go the way of Duolona, number 1. A dead heat has been declared for third. Third has gone to a dead heat between number 7, Catch Your Breath, and number 10, Angel C. A dead heat has been declared for third. 5th position to number 3, Miami Beach. That's the running of the final race. Thanks for joining us here at Fairview this afternoon. More racing from the province on Friday. But for the moment, it is a very good night from the commentary box. We're waiting for that last race interview. Should be an interesting one with Richard Ferree and the Alan Creff stable. 8 for Alan Creef. They back in business. Call to Glory went away by 3 from Duolona. Third to Catch.
Welcome back, and Call to Glory does just that this afternoon for the Alan Creef in the final race this afternoon. And nice to see the Creef stable back in the winner's box as well. Richard Ferree in those famous silks as well. Well done to Richie. We're going to chat to him in a short while. But with me is Godfrey. He's collecting this, the final one this afternoon, 1,500 rand. Thanks so much to World Sports Betting, and it's going to Cuba. Cuba back-to-back. This horse won its previous start and now won as well. So good money for Cuba. Thank you very much. Richard. All right, nice to have you back here. It's been a while between drinks.
It's been a minute.
But at the end of the day, we can smile, and we know racing, that's how it works out, and it's not easy. It's not an easy game. But it's hard for the punters out there to have the confidence. It's hard for the trainer to have the confidence at the moment. But it was so good to see a horse that started tote favourite end up winning the lucky last from the Alan Creef stable. So well done all round.
Yeah, thank you. It's been a bit tricky the last 4 meetings. The horses look well, they feel well going to the start, and they're just not running up to their usual self. So something's definitely amiss somewhere. So we've got a lot of homework to do. But I'm just glad that this one will brighten the mood and get the boss happy and excited. And we'll focus, and like I said, we'll regroup and get everything where it needs to be. But good win nevertheless. So well done to Maritz Fontaine. Thank you very much for the support. And to my sponsors at Winning Form for their support.
All right, well, it's great having you back here. We like the positivity to finish the day, so we know we can look forward to what's coming up on Friday.
Exactly. There's a lot of work to be done, but we'll get to the bottom of it.
Thanks so much, Richard.
Thank
well
you.
done to you. Let's go to Kaylin. She's standing in for the dad this afternoon from the Creef stable, and nice to see you walking up the stairs. And I said, come on, give us a smile. You've got to smile. It's a tough game out there. The pressure is on. I saw your dad the other day. The body language was, you could just see what's happening out there at the moment. The punters feel the same, the owners, the trainers, and you take it on the chin and you stand up, and it's a nice way to get off the canvas this afternoon to finish the day. Well done.
Thank you. What a relief.
It is a relief. It's a relief for everybody, Kaylin.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Because they're looking well, they're looking fantastic. So, yeah.
I must say, on the day today, I think about 3 races, the best movers to post, the pick of the parade rings was Alan's horses.
Yeah.
But the moment they come under pressure, they seem to just not be finding.
Yeah.
So
it's frustrating. Just have to go back home and double check and make sure what's happening.
All right, but was your dad on the phone after this?
He's very happy. He's like, yeah, eventually.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Owned by the great family from the Maritz Fontaine stud and the Giles, everybody involved. A couple of years back, is obviously going to go off to stud one day.
I'm sure she will, but well done to Maritz Fontaine.
Yeah.
Jessica, very, very well done. She's a lovely filly.
All right. Well, thanks so much for ending the day on a good note.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, there we go. Thanks so much to Kaylin coming through this afternoon, and to Alan, if you are watching the final wrap this afternoon, and we hope things from here pick up and tick positively going forward. That's all, guys. It's a wrap from us, from myself, Neil Pretorius, my co-presenter, Nadine Lowakish. She's also smiling because the Creef stable had a winner in the lucky last. Pauline doing the duties with the camera this afternoon, Pauline Herman. Thanks to Diesel and her entire team, the gentleman behind the camera crew upstairs today for the first time. Thanks to him and everybody at all the various posts as well. Sishle is his name. We'll be back this coming Friday.
And away they go. Angel C, Catch Your Breath and Fairy Trip were the 3 slowest away, but Call to Glory got an alert start as the one showing the pace in the early stages, from Duolona up second, Empress of Normandy a close-up third. Then came Miami Beach in 4th position. They followed by Q, the Rebel, and behind that Can't Say No and Angel C. Further back to Sea of Tears, who races towards the rear with Catch Your Breath racing further back in the field. That's got about 8 or 9 lengths to make up. And right at the back is Demigod. As the runners work their way now through towards the 800, and Duolona's picked it up 2.5 lengths clear. Arvin second, Call to Glory. Empress of Normandy third, then Miami Beach. On the outside of runners, we've got Can't Say No. Then came Q, the Rebel. Demigod's got a bit closer. Fairy Trip behind that. Catch Your Breath. Angel C is behind those with Sea of Tears. Homeward bound. 400 metres left to go. Duolona's tackled up front by Call to Glory. Angel C is right down the inside. In behind those came Miami Beach. Towards the outside is Can't Say No. In front is still Duolona. Call to Glory's up along the inside, tries hard. Call to Glory. Richard Ferree for Alan Creff. They back in business. Call to Glory went away by 3 from Duolona. Third to Catch to go. Duolona's tackled up front by Call to Glory. Angel Sears right down the inside. In behind those came Miami Beach. Towards the outside is Can't Say No. In front is still Duolona. Call to Glory's up along the inside, tries hard. Call to Glory. Richard Ferree for Alan Creff. They back in business. Call to Glory went away by 3 from Duolona. Third to Catch.